Welcome everyone! Hi! Happy Friday! Let's go! Hello everybody! Welcome! I am Spacey Bottotelli. I'm a gadgeteer bat and a game developer. And today, we're doing game development stuff. Naturally. But yes, welcome everyone. Hope you're doing well. So today, quite the challenge on my plate. I would like to spend most of the stream working on the end boss of World of Space. I'm hoping to either get it done tonight or tomorrow. Hopefully I'll get most of it done tonight, and then tomorrow will just involve like cleaning it up and adding like the cutscenes before and after. But yeah, we're making very good pace. I'm so excited. Yeah, spaceship. Hold on, let me put the chat over here so I can read it while I'm working. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Since last time, I have completely finished the Battleship Aquamarine stage, including the boss fight and the end cutscene. I'm gonna hold off on showing like the full end cutscene until a later date, but yeah, the rest is done. During my last dev stream, I was struggling with a weird like problem, which is kind of like, I don't know if it's a glitch or if it's just intended behavior or not, but like, I noticed an issue within Godot where this enemy right here throws wrenches as a projectile. Yeah, and so the wrenches use the character body 2D node, so they basically have physics that allows them to bounce along the ground. But for some reason, every time a wrench spawned, just for this specific enemy, there are other copies of this enemy elsewhere in the stage, but only this one. For some reason, whenever he spawned a wrench, the game would lag for like a full second, and it felt really odd. I had no idea what was going on. I spent a lot of the latter half of last stream trying to figure it out, but I have figured it out and I fixed it. So the reason it does that is because for character body 2D nodes, pretty much anything that uses like the move and slide function, if you change the position, if you change its position at runtime, like in a script, it will basically like recalculate the physics based on any like terrain objects that are between the starting point and its destination. And projectiles in the game, when they are instantiated, they will initially be spawned in the very top left corner of the level. So what was happening is that this specific enemy was running a call to instantiate a wrench. And like all projectiles, it spawns up here first, and then on the same frame, it's repositioned to where the enemy is. And most of our levels use tile maps, and like every individual square has its own like collider. So what was happening was when I was changing the position of the wrench from here to here, it was calculating physics for every single tile that was between the source and the destination. And it's a lot of tiles, so that's the reason for the lag spike. It was just like taking like so much time to recalculate because it had like so many tiles across through. So I hope that's something that Godot will eventually like fix in the future. I think what would be nice is if they gave you an option to set like a threshold for how far an object can be repositioned before it will no longer like do the physics calculations like immediately. But yeah, so the way that I have decided to work around that issue is by making it so that projectiles spawn without collision, and then they only get their collision back like one frame after they spawn, and that bypasses the problem. So I'm excited about that. Now that means we can make our levels as big as we want, and we won't have to worry about performance issues with the tile maps. Bonjour, poor Wolfie. Do keep in mind that this is an English-only stream. Unfortunately, I don't know other languages well enough to be able to moderate chat. But yes, bonjour. Hope you're doing well. I only know a few French words. I I know a few Spanish words too. You know, the basics. Hola, ¿cómo estás? ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? That sort of thing. Yeah, Rob, I didn't have that issue with Click Team Fusion in Unity because we didn't use tile maps in the games that we developed with them. Habla Español, yeah. Well, I'm sure it's fine. Alright, so I will go ahead and do a full playthrough of the stage. Oh, also, one other thing I should mention is that my good friend and a member of our music team, Bob, helped me touch up the music. So, oh my gosh, I can't wait for y'all to hear it. Well, okay, so let's get ready to test. I haven't changed the volume configurations since last time, but do let me know if it's too loud or too quiet. Oh, yes, please, Portia. It's just like, it's just easier to understand. So this part hasn't changed since last time. Ow. Oh, D-Birch, hi! Thank you for the raid! Welcome, Raiders! Hope you're doing well. I just started playing, like, the final version of the Battleship Aquamarine stage. Let's go! We got the mid-stage dialogue. Also, I changed the behavior of cartwheels. So now, instead of having a random chance to do the cartwheel animation after you dash, it will specifically happen if you dash and then immediately turn around and do another dash. So now there's actual context for why that animation plays. Because the testers were wondering why that animation was playing, and because it's so different from the dash, I didn't want to give the impression that it has a different hitbox. Let's go. Also, I can't remember if this was in the game last time, but now, because you know when you use stasis and you press the stasis button again, it does the stasis burst? There is also now a burst function for haste. So if you cancel haste, you'll do a teleport. Also, you can still reflect the big projectiles if your timing is down. There we go. The teleport's very satisfying. So I'm glad we have some kind of secondary functionality to actually canceling that move. Oh, Blake, thank you so much. I did the background, but I got help with the color palette from Edge Drive, who did the tile set for the foreground. But yeah, I had the idea to basically, have a ringed planet, but then, I was like, I bet I could add, a huge hurricane, and then that would add some nice contrast. And it very, subtly rotates, too. Athalopi, welcome, welcome! I saw your DM. I'm still thinking about, the next task, so no worries. Let's get the CD. I want to figure out a better place to put the CD, because it's just kind of there right now. Ow. Ward! Hi! Hope you're doing well. Yeah, Ward's one of our pixel artists too, and he's been kicking all kinds of butt with character animations. Okay. deflect that. Checkpoint. So as you can see, he throws the wrench and there's no lag anymore. It works perfectly. I'm so happy that we found a way to work around that bug. Well, it wasn't really a bug, it was just like a performance issue. Yeah, no lag. And here we have some Mega Man X-styled wall crushers that kind of close in on you, except we can use stasis to slow them down. And it's highly encouraged because the timing on that last one is very tight. Yeah, and in this hallway, there's variations of the posters that are in the background elsewhere, and Marine basically doodled on them. So, like, she gave herself $1 million bounty, and then she gave Aqua almost $1 million, $1 less. Yeah, I love the posters too, they're so good. Alright. You love how everything came together for the stage? Oh my gosh, me too, Edge Drive. It's probably my favorite that we've made so far. So the original version of this boss actually had like a smaller walker form as its first phase, but I found like it was just like way too easy to just like wail on the weak point. So now it's a tower where you have to destroy the segments before you can attack the head. And you can destroy them in any order you want. So you can go up high and destroy the laser turrets first, so you don't have to deal with the cannonballs. And when you destroy all but one, it loses its solidity, so you can just stand in the middle and attack it, because I found it was kind of annoying to deal with otherwise. Ow. So you're encouraged to use haste in this part to make it easier to deflect the projectiles and get out of the way. Yeah, you can reflect any projectile, Gospel, no matter how big it is. Like, if it's moving in a straight line, then you can reflect it. Okay, final phase, it just floats around and shoots directly at you. Let's go! Awesome! Huzzah! Nice. Okay. Ah! Thank you, Trip. Hope you're doing well. Trip is one of our testers. Yeah, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you very much for your support. So I'm gonna save the end cutscene for this for a later date. But yeah, hope you liked that. Oh, the stage is so good now. Like, it doesn't even feel like it took me 7 minutes to beat it. And if you're really schmoovin', you can beat it in as little as like 2.5, 3 minutes. That's something that I really love about the way that this game is turning out. Like, there's so much you can do to optimize your movement and like your combat speed. So like, there's a lot of potential for like self-improvement. You are a pirate. Thanks everybody. Can you reflect a Mega Destruction, Dark Ball of Darkness and Destruction, and Knuckles? Yes. Yeah, I'm not sure if the JP side of hololive is aware of this project. I know a few of the EN members are, but like their Chrono Gear account is currently followed by Crony and Flayon. And I know that like a few other members have seen it based on the videos that we shared that might have them as like cameo appearances. So I'm quite interested to see how that turns out. You had an appointment today? The Tiny Build Dev Company's at one of the buildings in your country? Let's go! It's always nice when you stumble upon like other fellow game devs in the wild. Alright, so that stage is all set. And now I am I'm working alongside Chapman on the next level after this, which is Hoshinova Castle. I could show off what I've made so far in my section. We're basically like splitting our duties in two for the stage. So basically, like, I'm in charge of like the first half of the level, and then Chapman's doing like the final half, where like everything's like starts to like come together. This level is quite interesting. I think this is the closest that the game actually gets to like a Metroidvania style of level design, where like there are kind of like puzzle rooms, and it's a bit more like non-linear in terms of like the order that you can tackle the rooms in. And like eventually like it's built around like light mirrors. That's like the central gimmick. It's not much of it is done yet. But I can share what I have so far. Let me take Sippy as well. So like you would start in this outdoor area, and there'd be like a few NPCs that you can talk to around here, and the timer does pause when you talk to NPCs, so it's no problem. But they basically like give you like the rundown of like what's going on and what you need to do. But for the time being, I just have a hint box that kind of describes it. It kind of like prepares you that okay, okay, this is going to be a stage that's a little bit longer than the others. And then like you just like, if you see a light guide through the darkness, and more paths will be revealed. And then there's a nice like entrance view, you know, with the castle towers in the background with the ringed planet. Yeah. I love the contrast of how like calm and serene this part is compared to the last stage where like everything was exploding. You know, we had to. But yeah, here's kind of like an unexpected scenery change where you start in like a crystal cave. And I brought these guys back from Jewel Cyclone, because they fit the scenery. Be careful with the eye lasers. Space! Yeah! You're gonna drink some cave water full of so many minerals? Yeah! That sounds like something an NPC would say. So now we actually enter the castle here. Nice. And here's where it just like gently introduces you to the mirror mechanic. And you have to light these doors, otherwise you can't open them. So if you try to open them normally, you just get like a warning about it, like, okay, this won't open while this shadow is on it. But yeah, here we go. This part's not finished. This is gonna be like a central hub area that Chapman and I are gonna double team on. And basically what would happen is that there's this door right here, and there's this giant light right here where it has to get light from both sides before it activates, and that will take you to the boss. You can kind of see that there's mirrors here, but eventually there'd be some rooms that you would go below, and they'd take you like up to a door up here that would allow you to redirect more light beams. Nice. And this is just kind of like a quick like rough draft of what one of the later rooms would be like. So you kind of get an idea of how you have to like guide the light through like the rooms. currently, the enemies can attack the mirrors and cause them to change direction. I don't know if I like that. Do you think we'll be able to get this level down to a 2-minute time? I'm not 100% sure on that because, like, the mandatory mission does end in the boss fight. So depending on how that goes, I'm guessing maybe a speedrunner could do, maybe, like, sub 3. Okay, so now it goes up here. There we go. And yeah, that's kind of like a rough idea when we're still, because we're like, when we made that room, we were still like kind of experimenting with like the scripting for the mirrors. Yeah. So that's like pretty much a rough idea of how it'll go. And we have some more ideas on how we can expand that. Like expand the light mirrors. Like one of the ideas we have is that, where's the gimmick? I think I put it here somewhere. Like there's like these special like light blocks that I coded in. See if I can find them. Okay, moonlight block. Yeah, okay, so there's these blocks that will be in the level. And they start shrouded in shadow and you can't jump on them. But once you shine a light on them, they will turn solid like this, and then you can jump on them. If the light goes off of them, then they will still stay solid for like a second, and then they'll go back into shadow mode. So we could do like puzzle configurations where you have to hit the mirror, and then you have some blocks that are positioned diagonally. So like the mirror would be pointing this way, and then as it turns like to face upwards, it will touch some of the light blocks and make them temporarily solid. And what you could do is you could stasis the mirror to make it rotate more slowly to give yourself more time to hop on the blocks. I think it'll be a bit tricky to convey that that's what you're supposed to do. But I do like the potential there. So I'm excited to see what my buddy Chapman comes up with in that regard. But yeah, that's that. I also have like the lantern that I showed off in the central chamber. I really like the how the particle effect looks with the light and everything. This light is basically like a single texture that has additive blending applied to it. And it gives it such a nice soft glow. I also applied bilinear filtering to it, so that makes it even softer looking. And then I also added a particle system, which has like where the texture is just like a single pixel, and that gives it like the impression of, you know, those like little like flecks of dust that appear in direct sunlight sometimes. Yeah. Okay, Ep says you can tutorialize that by having a mandatory mirror activate a single block placed diagonally. Yeah, I agree, Eps. That's a good idea. That's the reason that I have that starting room as well, which is like right here. Like this room is very, very simple. Like all there is just this enemy and then just this mirror with the door next to it. It's very important when you try to teach players how to use a mechanic that you put it in an isolated environment where nothing else will pull the player's attention away and make them think that there's something else in the room that they need to take advantage of. So we could do the same thing with the light blocks. We'll just have a single, very small room with nothing in it except for the entrance, the exit, the mirror, and the light block. And I think that'll do the trick. A bit of dialogue could be funny. Yeah, I actually have something like that in Belltown 1. Speaking of which, oh yeah, I forgot. I did revamp the layout for the outdoor section of Belltown 1 a bit since my previous streams. But yeah, like in Belltown's Underground, I was working on a library section for the second mission, but going back to mission 1, there's this part right here where you're required to use stasis on the lever in order to keep the drop platform down long enough to get the CD. There used to be a bunch of notes here, but now it's a CD. But I wasn't sure if, since this is the very first level the player plays after the intro stage, I wasn't sure if this puzzle was too tricky to figure out for people who don't know how to use stasis. So I just put a hint box here, like that says like Warden, your powers may be diminished, but surely you have an ability that slows down time. Yeah, something like that. So the way that I changed Belltown 1 is because originally this part up here had the warp gate that takes you to the bell tower, but the problem with that is that in order to reach it, you had to go right, climb upwards, and then go left, which I feel like might be a bit too unintuitive at this point in the game. Because like the intro stage, you just mostly just keep going right. So I feel like Belltown 1 needs to do the same thing. So I kind of like changed it a little bit. So now you have to keep going right. And then eventually it'll take you up to like the sequence of springs, and then it'll take you to the warp gate. So the level's only like, I'd say like only like 10 seconds longer, but I think it's worth it for that sense of clarity. And then actual like, I feel like there's a better sense of progression this way. Especially with the optional underground area. So now you can actually see that like there's a walled off place here, and you're like, if you didn't go underground, then you're like, I wonder how I could get there. So overall, it kind of reminds me more of how a Mario stage is laid out. So let's do a test drive through it. Let me take a sippy. Good stuff. Oh, thank you for care combo, Rob. No problem. I'll do sippy and stretchy after this. We haven't seen this level in a while. I also like polished up the shading a little bit on the building, on the foreground tiles, and added like fences and railings, just to make it feel a bit more lived in. Like, the earliest levels that you ever make in a game, you should expect to revamp them at some point in the future. Because you never know how the player's moveset is going to change over time as you develop your game. So I highly recommend like going back, like when the game is almost done, and just redoing the first level to like take advantage of everything that you've learned. And with this new layout, there's an actual reason, more of an actual reason to use the Chrony phones. Because before there was only really that one. Oh, also there's a part up here that you can get to if you time it right with the first Chrony phone. But yeah, now you go up here, you can use this Chrony phone to pick up extra speed. Let's go. Oh yes, that's true, Argo. The developers of the original Doom designed the first levels last after everything they learned. Yeah, okay. So, past this point, the bell tower has not changed. But it kind of like, it's interesting how it feels now that we've kind of like changed Chrony's moveset a little bit and expanded it since we first worked on this level. At some point I had refactored the way that that collision is detected on the player specifically, because I was experiencing a problem where it didn't matter if you crouched or not, you would still get hit by projectiles that passed overhead. So I had to refactor collision as a consequence of that. The Fubuki fans, they no longer damage you on touch. I might keep it that way because it seems a little. It might seem a little tricky for them to deal with this early in the game. So maybe I think that the challenge dealing with them would be in later levels when they're combined with other enemies. And I can't remember if this was here last time I showed this stage off, but now there's like a hidden area with some notes here. Also, the bell is solid on the side specifically. And you can actually just like physically hit the bell itself in order to spawn the golden gear. But yeah, you can go inside of it like this. So like, that way it's a little bit clearer because there's no like tutorialization that you have to hit the bell in order to spawn the gear. But despite that, for some reason, like everybody hits the bell and that works out pretty well. I guess it's just because of the bell's size. It's like, it's just begging to be attacked. So hopefully there's not a situation where somebody will like skip the bell and then climb up to the top and see that there's nothing there. Ta-da! Oh wow, I didn't get hit. Let's go. Yeah, you gotta hit the bell. Well, let's go. Okay. So now let me do that sippy and stretchy, that route redeemed. Bum-bum. Hit the bell and subscribe, yeah. Oh, hi Don, that's a really good point. You raise a very good point. There's the smaller bells scattered throughout the level beforehand, which the player is likely to hit. And even if the player doesn't hit the bells, this specific enemy right here, this ballista doodle, it will fire an arrow at you and it will always hit this bell, no matter what. So the player will know beforehand that hitting bells does things. That's a good point. I didn't think of that. So the player will have context leading up to the giant bell that hitting bells does stuff. That's so cool. I didn't think of that. That's one of the things I like about game design. Like a lot of cool quirks in your game are the result of like emergent game mechanics that kind of combine in ways that you didn't expect. Let's go! Oh, I love making games. Oh my goodness. And let me take stretchy. And then we can move on to what's going to be the main meat of today's dev stream, which is I'm going to be working on the end boss of World of Space. It's going to be an interesting challenge, because it's a boss that is like a true background boss that cannot be directly attacked. I've never made a boss like that before. I have made background bosses in the Freedom Planet series, but they always had like a weak spot that could be directly attacked. But this one is so big and so far away in the background that that's not possible. So I've had to come up with like a creative solution to try and make the boss fight still kind of like interesting. Dog developer, hi. Hope you're doing well. Well. Also, Paige has been on my lap since the start of the stream. This is my life now. Every time I'm at the computer, I have Dog on my lap now. I spoiled her rotten. She has been spoiled rotten. She never used to be like this until that one time that changed everything, where she was staring at me and I was like, you want to come up here? And she's been obsessed with my lap ever since. Poor Sammy. He's getting doggy arthritis, so like he struggles to get upstairs now. So he won't be able to jump on my lap anymore. Yeah, Paige is a true lap dog. But fortunately, I do still have the bed next to my office that he can sleep in to be close to me. But yeah, Sammy's getting at that age. His 7th birthday is going to be in November. Cavaliers actually have like a lifespan of like an average of 12 years. So I feel like they're going to have a long, healthy life. Well, but I will not take the moments that I spend with them for granted. Because like, I feel like you have to have a big heart to own a pet. because of how much shorter their lifespans are compared to humans. So like, oh my gosh, I love them so. Like pretty much anybody who owns like a dog or a cat is like, I feel like that immediately makes them like more trustworthy to me. You've been dog sitting your sister's dog? You took him for a nice long walk earlier today? Yeah. That sounds awesome. Okay, so let's close this stuff for now. So, this boss level, it has a central gimmick that will be important for actually damaging the boss. Because it's like, it's literally sitting on a planet in the background. So, what I have is these warp crystals, which are based on like a decoration that Sana has on her outfit. So basically, like, she has thrown them on the moon for Crony to use. And what Crony has to do is attack them repeatedly to pluck them out of the ground, and then she can use them to kind of like to fly through the air, kind of like Kirby on his warp star. And then that will allow her to actually like reach the boss's weak point and attack it directly. And then once she attacks it directly by slamming into it with like the warp moon, she will fall back onto the moon, and then you end up in a new area and the cycle repeats itself. So it's basically like the boss fight is basically a level that is like disguised as a boss. Kind of. You'll see. But the way I have this structured is that basically you hit the warp crystal, you go, actually I'll just show what I have so far. Also, this first section, the boss does not show up here, only after you reach the second section. Basically because, like, once again, this is the kind of gimmick that I feel like needs to be introduced in an isolated environment with no other distractions. So that way you will know that the fight is going to revolve around these things. So you just kind of attack it to pluck it out of the ground. And then you touch it. And then it takes you to this kind of like shoot 'em up section, except you don't attack anything. You have to dodge some owls. That'll make sense in context later. Dodge some owls, and then after like 5 or 10 seconds, you will reach the weak point, and then you just slam into it automatically. Yeah, so that's as far as I got so far. Basically, I now have to continue working on this. The weak point is Sana's limiter, which has been reversed so that the boss is using the limiter to make himself planet-sized. So what we have to do is we have to ride on the Crescent Rider, and we have to slam into the limiter enough times until it gets plucked off of his head. And then he returns to normal size, and we win the fight. Yeah, I think it's gonna turn out pretty interesting. The only question mark is I need to figure out a way during like the shmup section to actually like give the player an option to be able to speed up their movement. So that way you're not just waiting for it to happen. But for now, I'll just set it on a fixed time, just to get it working for now. So I think what I can do is I can make it like basically this yellow box right here is where the player is limited in their movement. So what I'll do is instead of moving the player towards the weak point, I'll pull the weak point towards the player, and it should still give the same impression. And I highly recommend that sort of thing if you need the player to be in a fixed position on the screen, but still give the impression that they're flying forward. So what I will do is that I will add a reference to this object, and I'll just kind of like move it forward. Pressing jump can speed it up at the cost of speeding up the enemies. That's not a bad idea. I was also contemplating like having like rings spawn in like every like second or so, and then you'd have to like fly towards the rings and touch them in order to speed up. But I don't know how well that will work in practice, combined with the owls that you have to dodge. You call the boss he? Just trying to guess the boss before you reveal him? Yeah, the boss is a he. The boss is also a mascot, not an actual hololive talent. It's one of their mascots. But I will, I've got the boss rigged so that, he actually shows up after the first, warp section. So, like, after the first warp section, you will drop down, to this area right here. And then, yeah. And then you have, like, some light platforming as you dodge his attacks. And then there will be another crystal here that you pull out of the ground, and then you do it again. Haste would make sense. I do have that, but I feel like that only makes sense as a way to speed up, like, the player's actual movement, not necessarily, like, the length of that section. But that is a good idea. I could maybe, like, lean into that. Ghostly Feline, hi! Hope you're doing well. Alright, so... let me add... So the goal is right here. Oops. So this is like an area 2D that the goal needs to be based on. Actually, wait, I have an idea. I could take this sensor here and I could put this up here, and then I can make it a child of the limiter. So I'll name the sprite 2D. Limiter. Will that work? I think so. Okay. So now, do I have references? Okay. So we have, okay, it's right there. So now we can literally move the goalpost. Owl stack, that, yeah, that's all I could think of at the time, so. It's just gotta stick. So during this ride state, this is when, okay, so what I'll do here, I'll make it so that the goal moves instead. Move goalpost forward. Goal.global position. Oh, wait, I should also make it so that, goal start X. We need to, like, once the goal is hit, we need to set it back to its starting position for the next go around. So goal start X equals goal dot global position dot X. There we go. So goal dot global position dot X. How fast do we want it to be? Let's just go 100 per second, 100 pixels. Let me double check how far away it is. It's 3,500, so at 100 per second, it'll take 35 seconds to reach the left side of the screen. That's too long. So let's do 500.
Oh no.
So 500 would be one.
Narissa magic spell. Barwu xd o meow o nyan woon eco o u chanti hi u wilia kawaii.
I'm guessing that's a meme in Narissa's community. Narissa magic spell. Right, xd o meow o nia o neko o chanti hi o ihi kawaii. 7 seconds? Okay, that works. Oh, Exo Drifter, hi! Hope you're doing well. Well. Okay, so we move this forward. Now the trick is making sure that we need to do a collision check with the player. Well, not necessarily the player, but the crescent rider that they're riding on. So what layer is this on? let's put this on, let's just put this on layer 2. Actually, wait, no. It's fine if this is not on layer. Because the player is directly attached to it, so we can just check for player objects. So if goal dot has overlapping bodies, it should be as simple as that. So then what we will do is we'll enter a new state. State equals state goal. Absolute banger of a song. I saw that they updated Sonic Dream Team to make the bosses like more faster to beat. If you're like, there's tricks you can exploit to make the boss fights go faster. I love that. I don't have an Apple device, so I can't play the game, but I really hope that Sonic Team for Sonic Superstars takes a page from that book and they update the game layer to have ways that you can speed along the boss fights in that game. Because that's like a huge point of criticism that a lot of people have for Sonic Superstars, is that the boss fights, there's no way to speed them up after you've memorized the pattern. So like, there's literally nothing you can do except wait. Unless you're Trip, in which case you can skip all the boss fights through a clever terrain clipping. Makes you so pumped for game redev stuff. Thank you. Yeah, I agree. This song. Okay, state goal. So basically, what we're gonna do, we're going to goal state. Did I play Trip Story? I haven't played it yet, but I have watched Argik speedrun it, and it's quite interesting. Okay, so in lieu of a health bar, we'll make the angle of the limiter constitute how much health the boss has. So basically, like when you hit it, there'll be a slowdown effect, I'm imagining. Like the game will slow down, like some explosions will spawn at the impact point, and then it will tilt just very slightly by like 4 degrees at a time. And then eventually, once you hit it enough times, it will lean enough that it will just like pop off of the boss's head and you win the fight. So yeah, let's do 4 degrees initially. So we can add a new variable, which is gold damage, whatever. We'll make that a float. Oh, Shudramaru! Hi! Hope you're doing well. I see you have the Yomi emotes. You are a fellow assistant. Let's go! I heard that she revealed her 2.0. Well, actually, I was there. She revealed her 2.0 model. At least the design sheet for it. Nice. You're good? I'm doing well, thank you. So state goal, goal damage, let's add 4 to this. So now during the goal state, what we can do is we can set the goal's rotation in degrees. Equals move toward goal damage. And then let's make it like 40 times delta, because we're gonna be slowing down the game in slow-mo. Now let's do 30. Oh, she's streaming like that right now? Let's go. Yeah, she's doing a subathon. So she's streaming like every chance that she gets. I think the only time she doesn't is when she's sleeping. So that's that. We also want to like dislodge the player from the Warp Rider. So I think I could do that here at the moment of impact. Oh, also I'll reset the state timer so that we can use that for explosions. And the owl spawner too. we'll just recycle the owl spawner variable and use that specifically as an explosion timer. And I'll borrow some script, some code from one of the bosses for the explosions. Stay KO. There we go. Let's just copy this here. I would love to do a charity subathon sometime. And I'll do nothing but like streaming game dev of Chrono Gear. I think that'd be really cool. And then like every now and then I could have like team members hop in on voice call and we can like collab on stuff together. I don't know how well I'll do in terms of stamina for like a full-fledged subathon. But I'll have to give some thought, especially once we get closer to the end of development. I think it'd be a really cool way to cap things off. Yeah, Creeper Boy, friend shape means friend shaped. As in, like, somebody's shape implies that they are very friendly. Yeah. Okay, so now, during the goal state, we are going to have, like, explosions spawn continuously. Ah, whatever, just for the sake of clarity, I'll add an explode timer. Like bears or silk moths or bats. Bat hug. Let me take Sippy. Good stuff. All right, so what I'm thinking here. Do I want? Oh, right, I should put my controller down, I'm not playing right now. Should I make the limiter flash? I think it would make sense. So I'll take the sprite and I'll add the shader material that I use for enemy flashing. Right here. Set the parameters there. Now, since this is not an enemy type that we're dealing with. Okay, var flash float, we have to copy the code. Face object, flash. There we go. I want this. I want that. Okay. Okay, what type is shader sprite? Where is it? You just said hi to Yomi, wish her a good stream. Awesome, thank you. Where is it? Shader sprite. Okay, there we go, it's a canvas item. So var shader sprite canvas item. So now here we can add the flash code. For the flash amount, I'll just set it at 0.5. So how do I set the shader sprite actually? Okay, I'll just put it here. Ah! Paige is squirming. You okay? You okay, buddy? She has yawned. Okay, here we go. So now we make this, Okay, let's make this goal.get node or null. I always use get node or null. I never use get node. Because just get node by itself throws like an error and crashes the game if there's a null value. But this creates an exception for that. So goal.get node or null sprite 2D. So now it should flash whenever we have like explosions. So here. Now I don't want to slow the game down too much, but I'll slow it down by like, I don't know, half. So let's do that. And like when we reach the goal stage, we'll set the engine's timescale. Engine timescale. Let's do like quarter speed. That should feel nice and snappy, I think. What we also want to do is we want to dislodge the player from the object. Which I feel like I have code for that already in this script that I'm using for Time Horse. Okay, yeah, eject. So I will go ahead and just copy this code over. I don't care. Nice. These don't matter. Okay. Oh, I don't have to care. I don't have to worry about the direction since that is already set automatically. Sometimes when dogs yawn, they actually want attention. At least your dog does that. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Paige is off my lap now. She's now sitting in the office bed alongside Sammy. I'm happy that she's giving her older brother company. I feel like she senses that he's having problems with his legs. So she hasn't been rough with him in a while. Like she hasn't tried to play with him. Oh, thank you for hydrate and stretch. Okay, I'll stretch too. So Prismatic Cobra says, sometimes when bats wear glasses, it means they're secretly cute. Ah! You flatter me so. Well. Borf, borf. Ah, okay, so we've got the code for ejecting the player. I will make them fly backwards. Let's do, what's the name of the spin jump that we do? Let me check the Crony object. Jump. Is it dash jump? Yes, it is. Okay. Okay, so dash jump. So now we set target player to null. And okay, state goal. Okay, so now right here. Oh, it's snowing crazy hard out there right now? Wow. Oh, thank you, Rob. Yeah, I do my best to remain positive, even in the most tumultuous of times. It's the least I can do. But you know, I still have my moments, so I'm glad that my underwings are there for me. Even if I'm not, like, super cheery all the time. So in the goal state, it doesn't matter if there's no target players. Okay, that's good. So now what we want to do is we want to state timer plus equals to delta. Okay, so Shiny Zengetsu, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. We're doing game dev stuff. Hope you're doing well. So now we want to have like a screen transition, like a flash of light that will mask repositioning the player back in the level. So what we can do in that case, let's see. Do I have a property for that? I feel like I do. It's not there. Okay, screen transition. Maybe I could do the version that is like 10 times as fast, because we have to accommodate the fact that the game is going to be slowed down here. So let me go into my folder where I have all my screen transitions. Let's see, where are we? There we go. So here's the one where it's 10 times. Times 10 fade. That does after 0.18 seconds. So slowed down 4 times. 0.18 times 4. It'll take 0.72 seconds. That's not bad. So we can just reuse this one for now. 10x fast fade. So from here, 3.2 seconds. Oh, really? 0.18. Okay, where's this thing? Okay, I was on the wrong script. Okay. .72. Okay, so if state timer is lower than 0.72, we'll do that. I feel like we should create the screen transition like right here. So I'll do this. Thankfully, I've had common function that I can use. Actually, let's wait a little bit. So I'll wait, since we're 0.25 seconds long. I mean, the game speed is going to be a quarter of what it was. So we'll do that amount. So then if state timer, like a little shortcut that I like to do in order to avoid in order to make it so that like actions that happen over a set timer only happen once, is I like to do the increment like underneath an if statement. So if this is under 0.1, add, then if it's over 0.1, but because it's inside this if statement, it'll only run once. So let's do this. Nice. Then else state timer plus equals to delta, and then we'll do 0.82. Oh, right. Greater or equal. Thank you, Ups. Yeah, 0.18. Now let me double check my math and see if that's okay. Okay, yeah, should be. So when it's set like that, then I will use the same code that I'm using for Warp Crystal, where we shift the position of everything, and then reposition the player at their new destination. So we'll put all that here. Wait, what? Oh, I see. Oops. And then at this point, we'll enter like a done state for now. Wait, no, we can go back to the default state. Unerring Crowd, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome. I'm doing some code stuff. I'm working on the boss fight. And it's kind of an interesting challenge because it's a boss that is so large and so far away in the background that there's no way to directly attack it. So instead what I'm doing is I'm sending the player into kind of like a mini shmup. Until they crash into the boss's weak point and then they get positioned back in the level. So state. Okay, state default. So we want to add a couple of variables that are in the Warp Crystal too. We want to add a teleport destination. And we have to reactivate the objects that were deactivated when the shmup section starts. And the nice thing about the for loops, the nice thing that I like about for loops in GDScript is that if I just say like for I and deactivate at start, I will always share the same type as that array. So I can just like call the normal functions of this specific type of object. So like unlike in Unity where where I was always like an integer, I can still make it an integer if I'm doing a for loop in an array, just by adding like dot size at the end, I think. Anthony, hi. How are you doing? I'm doing well, thank you. I hope you are as well. We still have a lot of snow up here, but at least it's not like storming right now. It's just like your average winter day. And it's nice because like the sun is actually out right now. I like the feeling of like wintertime when snow's on the ground, but the sun is shining. Like I think it's just because like most of the year during winter up here, it's just like super cloudy and we don't get a lot of sunlight. So the times that we actually do get sunlight during the winter just like feel that much more special. It's kind of like how if you live for a long time in California, like any day where it rains is just something that you truly appreciate. There's no snow over there? Aw. In C#, this is achieved with 4 each, but it's inefficient memory-wise. Oh, that's really interesting. Yeah, I have used 4 each loops a few times. Not lately. Oh, hi Chapman. Hope you're doing well. I just showed off the sections of Hoshinova Castle that I've been working on. And I also showed off the finished Aquamarine stage, and now I'm working on like the end boss of World of Space. It's been a sucky 2 weeks of cold. Aw. I'm sorry to hear that. So this should be enough, I think. I don't know how janky it'll feel. But I think the sickness, you mean, not the weather? Oh yeah, I think you mentioned that before. I'm really sorry to hear that. I hope you feel better soon. Well, okay. I think we have everything. Okay. Disable collision false. So now we add the teleport destination, which I believe is the first camera hotspot. So if everything works as expected, the goal, the weak spot, will be pulled towards us, and then after like 7 seconds or so, we will crash into it. And I believe it should stop moving after that point. It'll just like slowly rotate. Oh right, we have to set the engine speed back. Very important. So once this is like... But how am I gonna do this? Let me check the screen transition and see what that's like. Okay, yeah, it's only during the startup that it's super fast. Okay, that works. So now... we have to set in here. Okay. Engine dot timescale equals 1. Okay. So we'll go up here, we'll pluck this out of the ground. Should get taken to the shmup area. Dodge some owls. And then after like 7 seconds or so, there we go. Almost. The timing is a little off. Also, I didn't hide the shmup background. I think for some reason the player's not getting dislodged from the warp rider. But first, what we need to do is we need to turn off the background. 0.18, I think I was a little off in my calculations. See, we're setting the timescale at 0.25. And it happens after 1.8 seconds. Normally. Okay, okay, so 1.8 divided by 4. I think that's what I had to do. Okay, so 0.45 seconds. So my math was a little bit off there, but that's okay. So now there's a variable for me to activate the background. Now I just need to turn it off again. Background. Background.visible equals false. Oh, the 0.55 is because it takes us 0.1 seconds to get to this point. I wait 0.1 seconds until I activate the screen transition. But yeah, thank you for checking with that for me, apps. Well, fries, I want some fries, sky high. I mean, I could make it more clear by just doing 0.1 plus 0.5. Like, I could add like a separate var even if I wanted to be even more clear. Var transition length. Make it a float equal to 0.4. Actually, let's make it 1.8 and then divide, actually multiply it by the engine time scale. Transition length times engine. Actually, let's just do transition length. And then I'll make it 0.55. It says Deonta USA. No! Hold on, I'll fix it. Where is it? In my playlist. Can't believe I never noticed that. Thank you for your observation. Deonta, let's go away. Deonta. Deonta, let's go away. Okay, where was I? Okay, so I fixed that. All right, the player is still stuck to the rider. So while we're riding, once we hit it, Oh, okay. We never actually run the eject code. Nice. Alright, so this should work. Well, if it does, then we have a way to attack the boss. And then I think the next step after that, once we've got that working, is I want to add like an indicator on the HUD showing how far away you are from the weak point during the shmup section, and maybe like a persistent like indicator somewhere on the screen of how much progress you've made. Okay, get out of the way. Oh, okay, what's going on? Oh, right, there's no target player anymore. How do? How do I handle this? Because I still need to reposition them. So I still need the player reference. So what I'll do is during the eject code, I'm not going to set target player to null. Only after like we've like repositioned them. Also, what I want to do is I want to make it so that there's no, like, there's no screen limit on the left side, because I noticed the player kind of, like, gets, like... I'm not sure if I can affect that. Oh, well, it's fine for now. We just need to get to the next section. You noticed that half a year ago? Ah! Oh, sorry. Sometimes chat moves fast enough that I some of the like some of the posts like forget to read, which is a good problem to have. Don't get me wrong. Okay. I hope that effect at the beginning kind of gives the impression that we are flying very fast through space now. It's still nullifying the player object. Why is this? Target player equals? Oh. I see. What did I change? Oh, right, there's two of them. Why did you do that? Why do that, Spacey? Okay, so I noticed that the transition was a little bit late too, so I don't know what the dealio is with that. Maybe if... I'll just like wing it. I'll just wing it. I'll do 0.36 seconds and then see if that is any better. Two of them, and it's lines of code. Nice. I also haven't checked to see if the player actually gets damaged by these. They do not. It's fine. I'll worry about that later. Nice. Okay, now we're in the actual section. So the way this boss works is that it pulls attacks in from the background, but also the VTuber who is attached to this boss, who is Louis, she will try to like take pot shots at you. But you can attack her to make her go away for like 8 seconds. But like, there's no way to defeat her because she just teleports away after she loses enough health, and then she heals herself off screen. But there will be another warp crystal here where you'll have another chance at the the shmup section. This is still too long. Let me do... Oh! I know what my problem is. This should still be 0.18 seconds. Just the exact same as the screen transition animation. because like it's not affecting anything. It still adheres to delta time. Yeah, okay, so now what we want to do, now that we've made that work, is I'm going to take this warp crystal right here only takes you to the boss arena. So this kind of like is a good introductory. So we're not going to go to the shmup section until the first time that the boss actually appears. So that goes there. And that should be good, I think. Ah! Anthi1! Thank you so much for the follow, I appreciate it! Arigatou gozaimashita! Ah. I only know a little bit Japanese, but I want to learn more. It'd be cool if I was able to learn enough that I could actually, like, moderate chat, kind of. Okay, so now with that out of the way, what we can do... Because we have confirmed that it works. Okay, I just need to adjust the timing, is the thing. So this should, this crystal should take up... You'd need Punchy's level of knowledge? Oh, yeah. Basically enough to, like, have, like, conversations, through text. Like, very basic conversations. I feel like that would also give me, like, a newfound appreciation for the source material I'm working with. Okay, nice. Perfect. Jump over this. Ah! Okay. I'm hoping that, like, the sequence of animations that this goes through, like, makes it clear enough about what's actually happening. Ah! Yeah, that does launch you in the air if you get hit by it. Okay, so... we know that works now. I did notice that the explosions happen on the Crescent Rider. I want them to happen on the limiter. So I think what I'll do is... I'll set the position of the explosions. I'll set their height to the Crescent Rider, but I'll set the X coordinate to like a source position. Let's see. Well, I guess I could just, like, offset it horizontally a little bit and get the same effect. Let's do this 120. And then... we'll add 64 pixels. That should be enough. You have a JP speedrunner that... you follow a JP speedrunner that has a bot that translates English to Japanese and vice versa. That's so cool. And, like, there are a few online translators that are actually quite good. I just get kind of nervous about using them because I don't know, like, if it, like, perfectly, like, captures the context that I need. Because I'm always worried about, like, accidentally, like, coming across as, like, as being, like, kind of weird, like, when speaking in other languages through translators. But it's very nice that it's an option, and at least when I commissioned artwork on Skeb, they use DeepL, and it seems to be good enough that that like the artists on that website are, like, quite aware that a lot of people use it, a lot of their overseas customers. So they get it. So that's set. The explosion range. Right. Now I want to add, like a distance indicator on the HUD. So I'm wondering how I could pull that off. I bet I could add, a canvas layer. So I'll name it, HUD distance. And I'm sure I have some sprites that I could use. I want to add a control node. Let's add a texture. HUD base. Let's see what we got here. Okay, let me copy this. We need an Atlas texture. There we go. So what do we got here that I could work with? I think I got an idea. And when scaling stuff, I always work in even numbers in terms of the size of images, because I feel like there's weird artifacting with the way that the game renders pixel art if a texture is an odd number. Alright, so thankfully the sky is just about as tall as the screen. So what I'll do is I'll put this here. And I'll just make this the left side, and then we'll have a right side version. And then I can flip the X scale. And it's about right there. It doesn't need to be that long. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do 80 plus 80. Yeah, I think that's about right. On Scab, they also get the original language version of the message, so they can retranslate if they want. Yeah. I like that too. I like how it kind of like gives you that option. It's kind of like how it works on Twitter, where like you always see posts in their original language, but then you have like the option to translate the message automatically. So you get like the original just in case it sounds weird. Alright, so for this HUD specifically, what I want to do is I kind of want to add like a crescent shape, maybe. I could also use like an icon of Crony's head. And then I'll have like an icon of like Sana's limiter. Yeah, I think that'll work. So let's go over to Ganmo, which is the name of the owl. I believe the limiter is a separate sprite on him, so what I could do is go to the body. There it is. Ta-da! It's also very dark colored. So let me go into his sprite sheet and make a light colored version real quick. Something I could also do is I can make a bespoke like sprite that has it facing right side up, so it looks like an actual swirly thing. But yeah, this is how I put Ganmo together. Like, he's comprised of these specific like pieces. It's kind of like if you've ever like seen someone put together a live 2D model, it's basically kind of the same principle. And it's really interesting in that regard. And I feel like that was why I was able to originally make my own live 2D model when I was just starting to VTube. Because I had the context of working on bosses that were put together like this in the past. So what we're gonna do... Oh, also, I want to pull up... I need to pull up Sana's color palette. Where is she? Sana! Where are you? There you are. Sana! So let me take your pink colors. Whoops, wrong layer. There we go. Yeah, the owl has a limiter, and using the power of the golden gears, the polarity has been reversed, so that instead of the limiter making its user smaller, it makes them bigger. I feel like, I wonder if there's a way I could visually represent that, like maybe by like making the limiter be worn upside down. It reminds you of the big bosses from Symphony of the Night. Oh yeah, I really enjoyed playing through that game. It's just like a big fun, like, gothic sandbox. I can see why it's very beloved to this day. I want to play through it again as Richter and Maria on the updated re-release. I also want to play through Rondo of Blood at some point. So we got kind of like a Fibonacci spiral going here. Yeah, I could flip it horizontally. Maria! Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Alright, that's cool. So like smack dab in the middle is that part there. That's good enough as far as a Fibonacci spiral goes. So we need to kind of make it a bit thicker than it otherwise would be, just so that it's easier to see. So maybe I could draw like an outline around it, or maybe like, or maybe put like a ball of light behind it. Yeah, so I could give it kind of like an outline, almost. You got a SNES Classic controller for the sole reason of playing Rondo on Wii? Nice. So I heard that like there's like a PSP game that is like a compilation of a few different Castlevanias, and it includes Rondo and Symphony. I could probably like play through that. Okay, I think that looks, that's gonna give a good effect. So in addition to this, I will also draw, I'll also draw like a crescent moon. The same one that we're riding on. Okay, where are you, Crescent Rider? There you are. Edge Drive says, I know I keep making this joke, but it is hilarious that we get to see Shadow the Hedgehog experience trauma all over again twice this year. I know, right? It's the year of Shadow. Not to be confused with the year of Luigi. If you had a top... Okay, Blake's top 3 classic Castlevanias are number 1, Rondo of Blood, number 2, Bloodlines, and number 3, Super Castlevania 4. Oh, cool! I shall keep that in mind. Okay, I think that is gonna be good. I'll do this. You speedrun all 3 of them? Let's go! That sounds awesome. I watched my friend and one of our testers, Trip, speedrun Bloodstained the other day. It was quite interesting to see. And gosh, some of the environments in that game are super pretty, especially like the spiral tower with all the clockwork in it. That's like a very fine example of how you could take like an environment that's mostly grays and browns, add just a little splash of color and maybe like some rim lighting, and it just makes it look like divine if you do it correctly. Okay, we maybe do another drop shadow here. Castlevania: The Adventure Rebirth is your favorite? Nice. Yeah, I haven't played any Castlevania other than the original on NES, and now Symphony of the Night. One of my friends showed me like a Smash Ultimate mod that actually adds Alucard as a playable character. And it's cool, he like immediately fits the style of the game because he's already in it as an assist trophy, but they gave him like his own moveset and stuff. It's really cool. You do bloodstained randomizers, dog developer. The run eats up controllers and you don't have cash flow to keep it going. I'm sorry to hear that. All the R button mashing for the backstep. Oh yeah. Yeah, like, and Trip showed me how, like, at a specific point in the run, like, the diving wing power ends up being faster than the backdash. But then immediately after that, like, a few minutes after that, you get, like, the upgrade that makes backdash the fast option again. Oh! This is probably fine. Oh, right. I want to add some extra shine here. If I was cheeky, I could add like a top-down like sprite of Crony on here. Na 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 ma. Okay, there's that. Chrono Gear does sound similar to Chrono Trigger. I've gotten that like many times. It's fine though. That's why I insist on adding the subtitle whenever I mention the game on social media. So like the full game name is Chrono Gear Warden of Time, but like when speaking, Chrono Gear is just easier to say. Wah, wah. Okay, so this is fine. These are fine for icons. Wah, wah. Let's see. We want to go back to Godot. Godot. There we go. There we go, it's Godot. So now we want to pull up Ganmo Sprite Sheet as a base. Whoops. I need to make this a unique texture first. Okay, now we can pull up Ganmo Sprite. Okay. So we will use this marker to indicate our progress. And hopefully this is set up to where, like, we can put it right in the center. Shoot, I might need to make it an odd number. Okay, player. I'll just name that player. And then what I'll also do is I'll flip it back over. Okay, we need to make that an odd numbered sprite. Okay, that's good enough. Nice. Did I do that correctly? I think I did. So now... See, it's odd numbered, but it should be... Oh, I was fine before, I guess. There you go. So I guess like the start position of this can be like 1, 2, 3. And I'll have an icon here eventually that just like is like shorthand for, okay, this is how long you have until you reach the destination. I could also just make it, make the whole thing like a meter. So like the start point would have this and then the end point would have like, yeah, I think I'll do that. I think that might be a bit more clear. So that will be player and this will be destination. So I'll make this a unique texture. Yeah, I saw someone was remaking Sonic Heroes in the Unity engine. I hope that makes it possible to play the game with a team size of anywhere from 1 to 3 characters, and then like the levels could be made to accommodate just 1 character if you want to play that way. And Honestly, I would also be okay with just like a Genshin Impact style of character swapping, where only one exists in the game world at a time, but you can press a button to instantly swap between them. I think I could actually tolerate heroes if they had Genshin style swapping. Yes, flashback to Bingo Highway. Was not my proudest moment, but at least we got a good laugh out of it. Okay, so now we need to make a nice backing, which I could do by kind of like segmenting this into parts, I guess. Oh, okay, I got an idea. So we will use a new type of node called a 9-patch rect. And this will allow us to easily set up not only the backing, but also like the bar, the progress bar. Trine Games also did that, and it's a 2D side-scroller, switching characters. Oh yeah, I've heard of that. Okay, HUD base again. Wait, no. We don't want this to be an Atlas texture. We just want the HUD base. There we go, and we edit the patch region here. So we can do this. Just drag it down here. Move this over here. And then I guess we add a margin. Okay, let's add a left margin. Let's do right margin first. 16. Did I do that correctly? Yes, I did. Okay, cool. So, vertical tile fit, I guess? No? Okay, so you can see now, like the endpoints on this, they move as I scale it, and they don't get scaled with the rest of the body. That's so convenient. And we are going to take advantage of that to cover in this area. Nice. Oh, Lockdown B. Hi. Making pixel art games? Yeah. I love pixel art games. Okay, so this is okay. I think it needs to be 1 pixel shorter. There we go. So I'll name this back. And then now we will add the friend. And I'll name it progress. So we'll create a new rectangle region, and we'll use this right here. I'll shrink it right here. We'll just move it like this. There we go. Then we do this. Oopsie. Okay, that's fine. We can just scale it like this. So this is going to be the maximum size. And basically what will happen is that this will be our starting point, and when we get to the end point, that means we have reached the boss's weak point, and then we crash into it. Well. So let me see how the transform gets affected by me doing this. Okay, so it's just the size. So we want to grab the size of this at the start. Also, we don't want this to be visible until like until the sequence actually begins. Oh, gotta go board fan? No problem. Thanks for hanging out with us. Oh, hail shadow, heroes rise again. They're raiding everything that's not your friend. Okay, wrong script. What we want is this. So, export var distance meter. Let's make this a canvas layer. Okay, that should work for our purposes. So we will add that to the script in the inspector. And when this script is initialized, what we'll do is we will add var distance meter start size. Well, start with float. All hail Kara combo. Thank you. I'll take Sippy and Stretchy. Good stuff. All hail Sippy. Hero stretch again. Oh my goodness. Thank you. So now, okay, so var r equals distance meter dot get node or null progress as 9 patch rect. Var distance 9 patch rect. Okay, distance. So distance start with equals distance dot size dot x. Okay. So now what we want to do is once we are actually like in the riding state where we can move around, we will go ahead and set the distance meter to be visible. Yeah, other outlets. I know a ton of people who really like Heroes, which is why I was surprised at how bad things went when I played it. But like, I imagine it's the kind of game, kind of like Sonic Riders, where once you get used to the mechanics and the scoring system, then like you can wrap your head around it better. So this is visible now, and now during the ride state, what we want to do, I want to base the size of the meter on the player's physical position, their physical distance to the thingy, the weak point, I should say. So we do the meter update. So distance.size.x equals lerp. We're gonna lerp between a size of 0 and a size of distance start with. And the way that we get the value that we need is by taking the global X position of our crescent rider and dividing it by the global position of the goal. Like that? Okay. I think that should be enough. And then that will give us a good indication of how long the shmup section is. And then all we need to do after that point is once we actually reach like the goal state, we will hide the meter. False. Okay. Okay, and then one other thing that I wanted to do, I'm not sure how I can pull it off yet, is to just have kind of a health bar for the boss that is always visible. So that you know how much longer you have until it actually pushes off, but for now I'll leave that out. And just for testing purposes, I'll add another section of level. Let's see. Because what'll happen is that, like... No! Godot has crashed. It's a good thing that I saved right before this happened. Also, Godot, well, the other thing I like about the Godot is that it auto-saves whenever you run a scene. Okay.
Oh no.
I'm gonna shrink this, and I need to get the size back. I've heard that they're gonna add a new feature in the future that actually like saves the window size that you had since you last booted it up. That's going to be very useful. Okay. So as we can see, we're in the warp crystal rider. Yeah, okay. Distance meter visible equals false. Yeah, we still got it. So what I want to do now is just hide distance meter. I'm going to move it to the top of the screen just so, top of the scene tree, I should say. There we go. I don't know why. I don't know why this happens. But like the current version of Godot, it has a random chance of crashing whenever I select a tile map. I don't know why this happens. But hopefully it is something that will get addressed in a future patch. So from here, I guess we could add this, put the second map down here. And we'll make it like a bit trickier to deal with, and then maybe we can throw in some gimmicks from other space levels, such as the warp stars from Galaxy Gourmet. Yeah, unexpected crashes are the bane of anyone's existence. That's why it's very important to remind yourself to save frequently. Which I save anytime that I am working on a script and I shift to a new tab. Before I shift to a new tab, I have a habit of saving. It's all a matter of making it a habit, like a subconscious habit that you don't even think about. Okay, so where are my gimmicks? There they are. So to make this more interesting, what we will do is we will add, let's see, what did I name them? It's not the planet spinner, but I could use the planet spinners. Was it rainbow? I'm gonna go over to the Galaxy Gourmet map just to see. I believe it was level solar. There we go, a star bridge. Okay, so let's get our star bridge. So bringing back these. I guess I could, since the player should already be familiar with the planet spinner at this point, I could bring this over here. And then I'll restructure this a little bit to accommodate. I'll move this down here. Cool. And then we'll go over here. There we go. Let's move this over in such a way that the planet will reach all the way to the bottom there. There we go. Okay, so now they have to use the planet hopper to get up here, the planet spinner. Then we can reintroduce the rainbow bridges over here. Edge Drive says, let's say hypothetically you just reminded me to save a thing on Clip Studio Paint after an hour of drawing. Well, I'm very glad that I could return the favor for all of you reminding me to every now and then to, you know, take sippy and stretchy. Always save your progress. I should add a channel point redeem specifically for game dev streams that is like a save reminder. And it will not only be a save reminder for myself, but for anyone in chat who might be working on something. Yeah, I'll have to remember that. I will write it down so I don't forget it. Okay, so add save channel point redeem. Only active in dev streams. Cool. Okay, so I want to structure this one more vertically. So we don't want to backtrack to a previous section because if we do, there's nothing for us to do. Something else that I might want to do as a failsafe is if for some reason the player gets back to an earlier warp crystal, we don't want to take them to the shmup again. We just want to take them to the next destination. So I'll add a failsafe for that. Okay. Var, ride section entered. Bool.
Night Guard Fury, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome.
Make it do with Undertale save effects? That's a good idea. I'll have to figure out how to just like play sound effects on their lonesome through Mix It Up. And then I could have the save icon appear briefly at the bottom of the screen when it's redeemed. Okay, so okay, if not ride section entered, we run this code. Okay, ride section entered equals true. Excuse me. Else. Teleport destination call. I'll just call the method skip. And then what we'll do add a new function, skip. And then all this should do is warp the player to where they're supposed to be at the end of the shmup. So that basically makes it so that the warp crystals that take us to the shmup will act like normal teleporters after they've already been used once. So that way we can't farm the same one repeatedly to get extra damage on the boss's weak point. So now we can make things interesting by having some of the castle tiles here. Could do something like Pledge! Pledge! Mama. Okay, that's fine. Move this over here. And then we'll do like a chain of them up here. That brings us right up there. Wait, what? Oh, I see. Nice. Pet. It's okay, honey. My silly baby girl. Okay, that's fine. For now, I'll like pretty up with extra decorations later. But right now I'm just focused on getting the platforming in. The creature! Yeah! Put this over here. I'll move this over here a little bit. Nice. Ah! Okay. There we go. Okay, this needs to be thick enough that we can stick the crystal in the ground and the end won't pop out of the ceiling. Alright, cool. And I also want to have a little space over here just in case, like, because Louie's going to be chasing us still. So we want to give her enough space to kind of, like, be able to shoot and not, like, have her shot immediately hit the wall. Alright, where are my ceiling crystals? Right here? Okay. Nice. Okay, I'll just put this here. A little bit of jaggedness. Okay, cool. Shoot, I don't have any ladders in this the way I've configured this tile set. So for now, I will just have like this right here. I'll add ladders to the tile set later. Okay, we can do this. Seems a little lopsided, so I'll move this over a bit. Nice. Hold this up with columns. Let's do the same here, why not? Okay, so you gotta jump up here, hit this. Let's move it down a little bit. So let's duplicate this, flip it back over. And then I guess we could add like a spring. Yeah. Nice. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I think that'll work. So now I want to add a camera hotspot so that we can find the camera to the specific area. Okay, we'll put the player here and we'll just use the hotspot as like their starting point. We'll select editable children so that we can change the size of the camera zone. Okay, that's cool. Okay. So here, okay. Might be a problem. Teleport destination. Okay, I need to rethink this. We want the teleport destination of the rider to be inherited from its warp crystal. Okay, new destination. Teleport destination equals new destination. So now what we'll do is, in addition to having a teleport destination we can specify, we'll also have a rider we can specify. So if the rider's specified, then it will take us to that first and foremost. If rider and not ride section entered. Okay. Rider, global position. There we go. Oh my goodness. Hopefully that works. So now the warp crystals, all of them handle the location. So we'll change the destination to the second camera hotspot. Camera hotspot start. I want one down here too, so that like the camera isn't like 5 feet in the ground when we start. Okay. Heal. Okay. That should work swimmingly. So now we need another warp crystal for this part. Nice. And I guess at this point we can just like keep going to the right. So we'll add another section. Right over here. Da da ba 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 ba. Okay. I'll just make it a long stretch of straightforward terrain, just for testing purposes. So now what we can do, camera hotspot. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, cool. Make this unique. So the target for this one will be the third camera hotspot. Alright, so that should give us a nice sense of how this level is going to be laid out. It's just like different like mini platforming gauntlets where you're getting like attacked by the boss. And then you have to get to the end of them. And then it takes you to the shmup. I will improve the shmup at some point to actually like, so there's actually like stuff that you can dodge.
Palladium, hi. Hope you're doing well. Well.
So like Meta Knight's Revenge? I guess you could say so, kind of. Except the sections are much shorter. Okay. Let's give it a whirl. See if we got the general pattern down. So this will be like the starting ascent with literally nothing to interact with except for the warp crystal, just to make sure that you know how it works. Yeah, I think I need to add behavior for actually swinging your sword while you're on the Crescent Rider. So you just kind of do some light platforming. Missed me. Okay, Oh, right. We forgot to add the teleport destination. Yeah, this song has surpassed All Hill Shadow as my favorite 06 theme. Da, da, ba, ba. Okay, so I want to move this over. Well, actually, I could do this. Actually, fine. Okay, that works. Yeah, I feel like Silver's a good character. I like him. He just has the misfortune of his debut game being Sonic 06. But if you see the way that he's handled in like the comics, it's just like so good. Oh, I think I did hear the new Diamond in the Sky cover. That was him? Nice. Alright, so I want to add the ability to actually like swing our sword during the shmup. I think that'll add a lot to it, so we can actually like do like bullet patterns and stuff. Also, wait. I didn't test the meter yet. But in the meantime, I will go to the rider code and see what we can do about that. So I have some code in, once again, we're going into the Time Horse script. Because I have code in here for a swinging sword. Let's see. Oh, okay, so I better actually pull up Time Horse so we can get the hitboxes and everything. Because I also noticed that the player doesn't take damage while on the Crescent Rider. That's probably more important to take care of first. Where's the rider? Maybe instead of putting them in the gimmick state, I could put them in the gimmick damageable state. How does that work? Set gimmick. Okay. Okay, damageable. So state gimmick damageable. Okay. Okay, I see. So all it does is make it so that we can, stuff is able to, like, make us take damage. Gimmick. Okay, yeah, set gimmick damageable. Okay, let's see. Alright, I think I got it. Make it true. So what sets our animation, I wonder? There it is. So I guess like if target player dot frames is greater than 0. Okay, what other conditions can we use to see if the player's actually been hit by something? Okay, this seems to be the case. Maybe if the current animation is not hit, Okay, target player. Current animation. It's not equal to... Okay, that should be enough to get hit by stuff. Maybe I should handle animation stuff in the rider state, actually. So during the intro, we'll force it to use the rail animation, but then in the ride state is where we actually have control. And from here, we could recycle some code to attack. Let's try it. It's kind of spaghetti the way I did it with Time Horse, but we'll see. Target player. Sword audio. Set it to a Boolean. Ah, okay. Target player set animation. Okay, if target player current animation is not equal to sword ground. What would be really cool is if they'd have the same abilities that they do on the ground, except they're just riding on the Crescent Rider. So they could not only like do the normal sword swings, but also the drill dash. But just the normal sword combo is probably fine for now. Yes? Okay, there. Oh, I forgot that. Sword audio. Target player dot animated sprite. What controls the sword sound on the player script? Hold on. Best effects. It's just 0, okay. Target player dot play sound. Effects attack 0. I think that's it. sword ground. I also want to change the player's animation speed based on whether or not haste is active. Target player. Dot. Animated sprite. Dot. Speed scale. We'll just change that universally. Which luckily we already have a condition up here that we can put this into. There we go.
Oh, Big C Venomous, thank you for hydrate. Oh, thank you for care combo, everybody. Mwah.
This is probably not going to work right off the bat, but no pun intended. But we shall see what we need to do in order to get it to actually work. Because we're basically remaking like our own like separate set of code for like sword attacks that is not inherited by the player object, which is not the best thing to do. But like our movement under this gimmick is so different that I just might as well. Let's see. Oh, I'm getting a message. It's from somebody I haven't heard from in a while. Nice. They're asking if I still have a physical copy of Freedom Planet 1. Unfortunately, I only have them on PC and PS4 now. You gonna drop off for now, Edge Drive?
Thank you for hanging out with us. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Alright, let's see if this is actually gonna work. We can also check and see if the distance meter is working the way we intended. Nice. Well, it does appear for a frame. But why is it not? Oh, it's not, both values are not floats. It's trying to convert an integer to a float, I think. That's why. What?
Silly mistake.
Let's see. Well, it seems like the meter will work. It's just a matter of, Okay. Let's go. So, I noticed the meter kind of like increases exponentially. That's interesting. I wonder why it does that. Ow. Alright, I have to test, okay, that's interesting. I need to actually set the position of the rider to be in its original starting point. So what we will do in that case, let's go back to the rider code. Okay, here. So we want to set our global position to the start position. I wonder what the deal is with the meter increasing the way it does. Because we've got the goal position there, but then the global position of us. Yeah, I did notice that was filling and unfilling as we move forward and back. I guess what we could do that might mitigate that is make it so that it's based strictly on the goal's position. Do we have a variable for the goal start position? Okay, goal start X. So we'll base it on the goal's position, on the goal's current position, and over goal start X. And then we'll reverse the order of the lerp. And that should do it. Gonna head off now, Haz. Thanks for hanging out with us today. Hope you have a good day. Let's see. Okay. Speed. Jump, jump. Okay, so that's interesting. When I press attack, it just hides the sprite permanently. Ow. Oh, so Louie can't go through terrain, so I might have to reposition her every time we warp to a new location. Okay. So we still kind of... Oh, I see. We did not put the goal back in its original position, either. So in that case... The errors are probably nothing. Oh, sword ground doesn't exist? What? Did I incorrectly name it? Oh, sword ground 1. That's why. There we go. Alright, so... I bet we need to reset the velocity. And then global position, start position, and then goal dot global position dot x equals goal start x. The other thing I want to do is make it so that Louie actually follows us into the new areas. Screen transition, export, bar, follower, node 2D. On a baby. If follower, a global position. Position.global position. Okay. That works for me. The fact that Louis collides with stuff might make it so that it's actually possible to get her hung up on terrain so she doesn't follow you. So I might have to make her intangible to avoid that. Depends. Like, maybe she could, like, teleport in and out every now and then to avoid that problem. Oh yeah, I did see your SNK style sprite in the Discord. Good stuff. Like, especially people who like animate SNK sprites, because it takes a ton of work to get that same kind of fluidity. If I'm not mistaken, I think they rotoscoped their sprites. Ow. Okay, so now we should be able to swipe with the sword. But it only does the first frame for some reason. But the distance meter, it's a lot smoother. Yeah, missed. Also, I didn't specify a follower. Nice. Oh, I forgot to check if we actually, like, damage stuff. Or if we actually get hit by stuff, I should say. So I'll specify this. I also don't know... Maybe the player's animation is, like, continuously getting set to something else than what we want. Okay, right here. This might be the problem. Okay. So that should work a little bit better. Ah. Okay. Okie dokie. Yeah, I'll have to make sure to actually get hit this time by the owls while I'm on the Crescent Rider, just to make sure it... Oh, it means so much. You always wanted your game to have that familiar arcade look that you don't often see in pixel games. Yeah, that was kind of one of my goals when I was like working on the second Freedom Planet, is to kind of like give it the same graphical fidelity of like arcade fighters, but in the context of a 2D platformer. And I think we succeeded. I mean, it took 7 years, but it is possible. Oh, thank you. So you can get hit by the ones in the ground. Okay, now we can play the sword animation, except now it kind of, at the end, it kind of like stops animating. For whatever reason. I think it's because we don't actually like have anything to specify when the animation is finished. Ow. So maybe what I could do is in this code right here, I could do like else if target player dot animated sprite dot frame okay, how many animation frames are we dealing with here for both animations? Okay, 5 for the sword and 3 for the hit. I'll just hard code those, since there's only one player character we have to deal with. Okay, so else var frame count int match target player animated sprite. No, current animation. Sword ground 1 is 5. And then hit is 3. Whoops. There we go. So, I'm gonna frame count. There we go. And then if target player dot animated sprite dot frame count and frame progress, I think it was. Then we return to the rail animation. Yeah, I can't wait for Pellicrash's Thackeray campaign. The date for it was actually announced yesterday. It'll be live on February 20th, which is in 4 days. So I will definitely signal boost that and do my best to spread the word of Petal. I'm so excited. Oh my gosh. I can't wait to see what kind of like stretch goals and rewards there are. You assuming the answer is experience, but how do you keep track of all these tags and variables? I make sure that all the names are descriptive, and I also make sure to put comments where necessary. But like, comments aren't quite as important as having descriptive variable and function names. Like, if you know code, like you can tell at a glance what my code does, because everything is just like structured in a way that where you can follow the breadcrumbs. Yeah, naming things in code is a skill of its own. Okay, so we've got this. And then something else I could do. Is that if it detects that the player has died, we will like forcibly dismount. So, okay. If target player dot state equals target player state KO, then we'll go to the default state. That hopefully should be enough, because then we'll get sent flying off. I'll also eject. Nice. Okay. Hopefully that is what we need. Do not mix your snakes and camels. I wonder what that means. Okay, meter update. Let's clamp this at 0 and 1. And then let's add, actually let's subtract a little bit. What we want here is we want to subtract the width of the screen, which is 480. So that way the meter will be completely full just as it's entering the screen. Okay. Let's try it. So if we can get the sword stuff working, and the shmup, and also like getting hit and stuff, and then it opens the door for us to like start having like bullet patterns and stuff. Nice. Okay. You missed.
You missed.
Okay, we can swing the sword now. And we can get hit.
Let's go.
I should set the explosion timer set as well, such that, oh, the diamond-shaped shockwaves make you think about Iggy?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I like the shockwaves in Iggy.
Okay, so...
What was I gonna do? Right, the explosion timer. I need it to start, like, to actually explode, like, the moment. Do I ever reset the explosion timer? I do not. That would be why. Is it called that? Alright, explode timer.
Alright, sweet.
Cool concept and a great thing to reference. Crony the Silver Surfer, more like the Gold Surfer. Alright, so that means we can get a little more complicated with the bullet patterns during the shmup. I don't know if Louie would be able to catch up with it, so I don't know if she could be an obstacle. But we could do other kinds of bullet patterns, I suppose, like maybe something that Ganmo throws at you. Like, he could throw more of those shockwaves in our direction, but have them be like singular projectiles instead of like a whole row of them. Yeah, I'll try that. So Owl Stack, I will also add Shockwave. But does it reach far enough along the screen? I think I would have to handle it the same way I handle Projectile. Okay, yeah. I'll create a new projectile. And I'll just make it a simple projectile that, like, we can phase through. But I need to pull up the Shockwave, script. Just to, like, copy, like, the sprite for it. Alright, Gamma, where are you? There you are. Okay, so there's a sound wave. Okay. Okay, so yeah, it does kind of that too. But we'll just take the sprite. And then what we'll do is... let's copy a projectile that, because it's sound, you can't reflect sound. So I think it would make sense if it was unreflectable. Let's copy the pass-through laser. Hopefully it's clear enough that you can't reflect it. Although I think it would be cool if we were spawning projectiles that could be reflected. Can you deflect when an enemy throws its body at you? You cannot. Melee attacks are not reflectable. I mean, I could I could just use projectiles. Just like random projectiles. I could add a third attack to Gammo at some point, where in addition to the sound waves and summoning the owls, maybe he could also like summon like a flurry of projectiles that rain down from above, and that way you have context for why he's able to do that for the shmup section. But in the meantime, okay, particle system, no. There we go. Then we can rotate this. And I can't remember if we have a property for projectiles to not be destroyed on hit. Oh, right, it's right there. Oh, destroy and reflect. But do we have one that stops them from being destroyed when they touch something? Because, like, that's the conundrum here, is that, like, once it passes through us, then it will be destroyed, when it should just keep going. Let me check the script for projectiles. Let's see. It has overlapping bodies. Okay, so there's a faction check. And if it passes the check, then it does get destroyed, no matter what. Okay. I could make it just like a special effect, kind of like the actual Soundwave object. So let me get rid of this. Okay, where is this shockwave in terms of the effect? Because its movement is tied to an animation player, so I could just like make an alternate version that goes across the screen in a fixed pattern. But I think in the meantime, I'll just use an existing projectile. Oh, I could do asteroids. Perfect. Nice. That's a good idea. I could do asteroid fields. Do I have a larger looking asteroid? I wonder. Asteroid medium. I know I have one as part of a particle system where that I use in the Aquamarine stage. So if I look under effects, asteroid blast. It's like, ooh, okay. That could work swimmingly. So I will copy this texture for the rocks, and it's perfect because we can spawn this asteroid blast. I love it when you get those eureka moments. It's like asteroids, of course. Whoops. I don't want to spawn another projectile. Asteroid. There we go. So here I want to Sprite 2D. And we could kind of give it a flare effect just to make it more obvious that it's something we should avoid. Nice. Cool. Oh, whoops. I think I edited the wrong scene. I did, yes. So I'm not going to save my changes here. Okay. New sprites. Okay. So flare will be doubled in size. Spawn on impact. Asteroid blast. How's the boss going? It goes well, thank you. I'm currently making some asteroids that we can dodge. Papa. Let's make it do 7 damage instead of 5. I'll make it last long enough that it's well off screen and we don't hear it exploding. Okay, asteroid medium. So now we can go back to the warp crystal rider and then export var asteroid. So now we'll have to do some serious dodging. Owl spawner. We want to add a new variable for asteroid spawning. And we'll make this random. For now. Uh-huh. Asteroid spawner. What do we do with the owl stack? Okay, so for this, let's do like 0.2 seconds. Wait. Let's do 0.5 for now. Action. Asteroid. Asteroid spawner equals 0. So let's swipe the code from another enemy that spawns asteroids, which is the meteor pebble. So we'll go here. Whoops. Did I not copy it correctly? Okay. Okay, action. Asteroid. Okay, what do we want to do? Oh, right, shoot angle. Let's do 180. Actually, we don't need to do this, honestly. Since it's only ever going to go to the left. Nice. And then Wait. Oh, I see. I guess we could vary it a little bit. But from here, what we're gonna do... Okay, var attack speed. Let's make it 50 at first. Something small, so we have to kind of like maneuver around it. Actually, let's do something random. Let's do like a random between 50 plus times 50. Cool. All right, there's no faction, but we can just set it to the default enemy faction. And then from here, we will set the position. And I guess since we know that the coordinates are hard-coded, okay. What is the position of the goalpost? It's right there. I guess we can base the position relative to the rider. So let's do minus 100 plus. Actually, wait, how big is this screen? I think it's like one... Let's do one, like a radius of, overall radius of 320. Global position Y. And then the X is always like the same. We'll just make it like 640. A little more. Just in case. Wait. And then, okay, it's that asteroid spawner. Yeah, let's make this start at 1. That way it spawns immediately. Yeah, hi Don. I like to give like a base amount. Specifically when it comes to like spawning stuff relative to position, I like to spawn it like at a negative number and then add double that number, and that gives like a nice like offset from center, you know. So now should be enough. One other thing I want to do is I don't want to spawn any asteroids when we're super close to the getting to the weak point, so that way there's no like double kill situation. So what I'll do in that case is make it so that if the goal is within a certain distance, then it won't increase this. And goal position X is greater than 800, I guess. Okay. All right, let's see how this feels. Then I also need to double check, make sure I have the projectile reference here. I do not. Asteroid medium. Worst thing is when the boss has priority on a double kill situation. I know that has happened to me in the past in like Mega Man style games. And like that specific reason, that specific occurrence is like one of the reasons I'm grateful that we have the revival mechanic in Freedom Planet 2, because there are situations where like the boss can like double kill you, but if you have lives remaining, you can just get back up and acquire the goal, you know, the star card. The worst is when there's no priority and in a double kill the game is a soft lock. Mega Man 1 had that case. Oh yeah, I've heard about that. It's not necessarily a double kill, but there's also a soft lock in Mega Man 4 if you kill Wily with a rain flush as he's escaping his castle. No, his capsule, I should say. Shovel Knight makes you invulnerable once the last hit is dealt. Yes, that's good. That's a good way to do it. Hi, Creeper Boy. Welcome, welcome. I'm working on the boss fight. Okay, so if you fall on a spike after killing the boss, you don't die. Oh, okay, that's a very good thing. I have noticed that in a few games where boss arenas are coated in spikes. They'll make it so that you don't die if you land on them. Either that or they actually physically destroy the spikes. That's what I like about the Rangda Vangda fight in Mega Man X1. They will actually physically destroy the spikes after the boss is defeated. And because that makes more visual sense. So you don't get a mini heart attack anymore if you see your character falling on spikes and you're wondering if they're actually going to take damage from it. So the cool thing about having asteroids spawn during the shmup section now is that it will give us something to reflect. So I just hope that everything works. I noticed that Ganmo is still active in the background. Also, the asteroids are not spawning. Which is a problem. There's a new fan port of Mega Man to the Super Nintendo. That sounds awesome. Is it kind of like Wily War style? Where, like, everything's roughly the same scale, but redrawn graphics? I want to play through Wily Wars sometime. I think I'll save it for next year's Mega Manuary, though. And it'll be the first ones I play. So I don't know what the dealio is here. But the asteroid's not spawning. Oh, I see. It's because it's only increasing the timer if it's below 0.5 seconds, but we set it to 1 at the start. So we want it to increase constantly no matter what the value is now. Okay. Same graphics and sound, it's wild. Oh my goodness, that sounds awesome. And it makes sense, because, you know, there are Mega Man games on the Super Nintendo. You'd hope for slightly better sound since SNES has more channels in a tracker format. Oh yeah! So they could avoid the issue that the NES games had, where if there's a lot of sound effects playing at once, it will drown out the music. Okay, so I think we have everything we need, but I just need to make sure that the boss is actually being deactivated during the shmup section. Oh, I see why. It's because the array is empty. So we want to turn off Ganmo and Louie during this part. Oh my gosh, I love those dancing Mega Man emotes. Ah! Duber 4. I might sub just for the emotes. They also did Mega Man 2, Mega Man 4, DuckTales, and Metroid. Oh, awesome. Yeah, I also am really looking forward to playing the fan-made Sequel Wars, which turns Mega Man 4 into a Genesis game. Very cool stuff, and I will definitely play like Wily Wars, like back to back, and then like the Sequel Wars are after. And supposedly they are working on Mega Man 5 and Mega Man 6 in the future. So it's gonna be awesome. Okie dokie. Oh, I can handle being on Twitter. It's like my main hub for like promoting myself and like our games. Well. Okay, asteroids are still not spawned. Oh, okay, there they are. They're just very slow. But they are there. It just takes them a while to actually reach the edge of the screen. So what we could probably do is, if there's a way that we can grab the camera, we can specifically get them to spawn like right on the edge. Does the player object have the camera reference? It does. I think. Okay, yes. So we'll grab the camera transform from the player. When spawning the asteroids. Yeah, so we want to, well, let's double the attack speed. And then what we'll do... okay, action asteroid. X equals... we'll do global position dot x plus 400 under normal circumstances. But if there is a target player... because we can't guarantee that the player is going to be on the board when we spawn an asteroid. Okay, so target player dot camera transform dot global position dot x plus 320. That should work pretty well, I think. Yeah, I always just keep the following feed up as well. It's also because it's just something that I have to use because it's my job, you know. I have to make sure that people not only know that our games exist, but also like promote my streams. And a lot of VTubers that I respect and admire are still on Twitter. But like, as soon as all the big like corporate VTubers, as soon as they move to another platform, I bet like the entire like VTubing community is gonna like exodus. Because you gotta go where your Oshis are. I do have accounts elsewhere. I have a Mastodon account, and I also have a Blue Sky account. I don't use them that much, but that might change in the future depending on where my audience goes. Yeah, I have a Blue Sky account. I got a code back in the day, but you don't need one anymore. You can sign up right now if you want. Like, I know for the longest time they were like invite only. But the big downside for Blue Sky right now is that you can't post videos. Which is like huge for like animators and stuff. There we go. Now there's some semblance of a challenge here. I noticed that the asteroids just kind of blink in sometimes. So I think what I need to do is get like the actual physical position of the camera. If there is one. I can't remember if there is. Black Eye Videos a killer for you on Blue Sky? Yeah, like Mastodon does that too, so... Okay, why is the player, like, stuck there? Is it because we were in a hurt state? Yeah. So now that's like, so now that shmup is just like a cool challenge, and you can reflect the asteroids in the opposite direction if you want. I like it. And then if we wanted to wrap up the difficulty later on, we could increase the density of the asteroids, we could increase the speed, make the speed more randomized. But I think it's a nice challenge the way it is right now. want a more chill vibe, co-host is there too. Oh, co-host is absolutely fantastic. It's like what Tumblr should have been. There's no algorithms or anything, and like, it's even at the point where like it's like difficult to even find people unless they explicitly tell you where they are in co-host. So it's just like the logical extreme to social media that is made to be like a healthy atmosphere. It's actually impossible to make like clickbait or anything like that on co-host, which is super cool. I know a lot of friends who spend most of their time there, honestly. And like, yeah, like the way co-host is structured is not very conductive of like brands. So I don't see us like putting a lot of attention on it, at least in terms of our game studio as a whole. But for me personally, yeah, it's cool to be able to keep tabs on my friends and not have to worry about like ads or anything like that. Okay, so what did I want to adjust? I might have to play through it again just to see. Oh, right, there was a glitch where Crony was spawning in the air on the left side. Which I don't know what the dealio was with that. So, Warp Crystal here, okay, it changes the global position. And I noticed the rider does, like, it does what it's supposed to do, it's just that the player's not attached to it. Ride intro. Okay, I could do this. Wait a second. Okay, yeah, it's setting the global position here. Yeah, I don't know why it's refusing to put the player off screen.
Saltiest Bun! Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome. Hope you're doing well.
Alright, so I do feel like the asteroids are still a little bit late to the party, and they also still kind of exist when the goal is very close. So what I'll do is I'll increase the threshold of this. And I'll make the speed of the asteroids even more random. Let's increase it just by a little bit. Let's not get too crazy at first. Well, the boss fight is shaping up pretty well. I just have to decide how many platforming sections I want, and then the behavior for once you actually, like, finally pull the limiter off of Ganmo's head. I think what'll happen is it'll do the same thing where it kind of, like, warps you back to the moon, but it'll be just on a flat plane, and you'll see, like, the limiter physically pop off his head in the background, and he just kind of panics and then shrinks. I think it should be relatively simple to pull off, but I think it's something that I would do, like, off-stream, since I'm almost at my usual end time. Let's go! I think this is going to be pretty hype once I've got the music in. I'm going to use the same boss music as for Battleship Aquamarine. I could probably test that. Yeah, missed.
Saltiest Bun!
Just gonna be working along with your stream, but you saw me in your recommended list and you remembered my name from one of Alex's streams. Oh, yeah, I remember you from Alex's stream. Speaking of which, everybody, she's gonna be back next week. I'm so excited for that. It is, unfortunately, for a not so good reason. She needs to do another fundraiser through art commissions because there has been like a complication with her medical stuff where she's in constant pain right now, and she doesn't have the money to cover it. I can pull up a link to directly donate if you're interested, but otherwise she is streaming on Twitch on Monday. I believe Monday and Wednesday next week at 9 a.m. Pacific, which is noon my time. I'm gonna check my posts Yeah, she's doing a $15 doodle stream on both those days, and it'll be her affiliate anniversary as well. So let me see if I can find a link to her tip jar. Here you go. Oh wait, no, it's the weird Twitter link. I gotta click on it first. Where is it? There it is. And then let me grab her Twitch page as well after I post that. But like Alex is like my best friend, like ever. We're besties. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so I wish it was under better circumstances, but she is celebrating her affiliate anniversary next week, and I can't wait. And I will be in chat, so I hope I'll see some of you there. She uses, yeah, she does use PayPal, I think. But that's okay. Just spreading the word is enough, and just like vocally supporting her and just being on her streams. But yeah, that's what she's been dealing with this whole time, so she hasn't been around to help with like moderating my chat. But it's quite alright. But I hope she's doing well. I hope she will do better. And what I like about her is that she doesn't do fundraisers unless she absolutely has to. And when she does, she makes sure to work for it. Like she does accept like tips, but like first and foremost, she prioritizes the art commissions. And she's got a really cute style. Oh my goodness. She did my she did my panels, my Twitch panels, which if you're watching this directly on Twitch, you can like scroll down and it'll show like my, you know, like my about me and my credits and stuff and like rules and stuff. Yeah, she did all those. Your only quote unquote complaint is that she's a person who got you into collecting enamel pins by buying you your first one like 7 years ago. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. So you go way back, huh? I'm hoping the one-day commissioner. So you love her art style? Oh, yeah, I do too. Oh, thank you, Vicky. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put actual music in. I'm gonna make the first section silent. Right up until like Ganmo is activated. Because Ganmo starts deactivated, so maybe I could put the music in him. So export var BGM audio stream. Yeah, I do that with the other bosses too. Okay, yeah, BGM boss. Okay. We'll go down here. What variable type is music? That's... Okay, that's just a boolean to let us know when music is being played. No problem. I will add that. And then we'll just put this here. And then hopefully... Oh, alright. Okay, I'll put it in the process method. There we go. You would love for Alex to draw your red panda persona? Oh! Yeah, I bet that would look super cute. You just realized my bat ears have little glowing speakers? Yeah, I love that. So, like, if you look closely, they light up specifically when I speak. I wish I didn't get in the way so much, but I do love them, so. Okay. Alright, let's test this out with music. With hype music. Ba 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 ba. Didn't notice that little detail? Yeah, like my Papa Kevin is like so good at those kinds of like extra details that you don't often think about. I didn't even request him to do that. And he just like added all these cute little details to my model rig. Wow. Oh, okay, I didn't specify music in the inspector properties. So let's fix that. I will, Boss World of Space, okay. So let me go ahead and test this again. Thinking about other red pandas? Oh, yeah, I bet there's a bunch of red panda VTubers out there. Yeah, like, the most recent versions of VTube Studio have some pretty cool, like, visual effects you can use. I haven't dove into it yet myself, but I honestly should. I bet I could add some of them as channel point redeems, too. It would be super cool. There you go. You missed. Oh, you can hear, yeah, you can hear the owls on the opposite side of the screen activating the warp stars, which are in the second section that we haven't gone to yet, so I might have to fix that. Broski Husky, yeah! I'm working on Chrono Gear Warden of Time, which we actually have our own Twitter account, which I can post after this testing round. And for those of you who are just tuning in the past few hours, I can play through Battleship Aquamarine again. It's the stage that we most recently finished. Alright, sweet. Let's go. Okay, so I think I'm just gonna add like 2 more sections to this fight, and then I think that should be a pretty good length. And then I'll make the shmup section each time like go on a little bit longer. And then, yeah, and then I'll do, like, the ending sequence where after you pluck the limiter off Ganmo's head, he kind of, like, has, like, a shocked expression as his body glows white and then he shrinks down to his normal size. You'll be heading out now, Ups? No problem. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. What? Okay, so, okay, let's play Battleship Aquamarine. It's probably my favorite stage to speedrun in the whole game right now. Like, the bar just keeps getting raised on these levels. It does kind of worry me a little bit because, you know, scope creep is definitely a thing. But we can have, like, a few hype moments for each world. Like, each world's gonna have roughly, like, 4 levels in it. And then we'll have, each one will have, like, a mix of, like, quieter, like, puzzly levels, and then, like, more, like, action-y levels, like this one. And in that regard, World of Space is quite balanced so far. You'll donate some to Alex when she streams, Rob? Yeah, I'm gonna wait until she streams too. But I hope everything goes well. How many pixels wide are the maps? The maps can vary. The tile sets are 32 by 32 pixels. But the screen resolution is 480 by 360. Ow. Ow. No. Okay, I didn't fall. Also, you can reflect any projectile, no matter how big it is. Lukega X, hi! Hope you're doing well. And yeah, like, you can feel, like, the Freedom Planet DNA in this game. Which makes sense, because, like, you know, the producer. Well, I have tried to, like, deviate from Freedom Planet just a little bit and kind of lean in towards more of a Mario / Mega Man style of platforming. That was close. Reflect this. I've noticed sometimes when I get hit by the big lasers, if they just graze me, they will explode, but I won't take damage. Which I'm not quite sure how to fix that. Well, I'll have to see if the coders on the team can help me investigate. And both the normal stage music in this level and the boss music were, well, I did the drafts of them, but my friend Bob, also known as Bob the Guy, like remixed them into what they are now, and it sounds so good. I love Bob's style. He's actually going to college right now at Berkeley, and I can definitely feel like the influence. Like, he's actually taught me some cool things that have helped me like enhance my own composing style. So I'm very glad to have met him. Yeah, he's the guy. Ow. Okay. Oops. No. How do the worlds work? Okay, so the game has 5 worlds. And the reason for that is because the main villain shattered space-time at the beginning of the story. And because of that, the universe has been split into 5 distinct, like, fragments. And each one is based on one of the members of Hololive Council / Promise. So, like, you have the World of Time, which you start in, since you're Crony. And then after you beat World of Time, you have your choice between going to World of Space or World of Nature next. You can tackle them in any order. And then after you beat them, you have your choice between World of Civilization and World of Chaos. And then after you beat those 2, then it's the end game. Would there be a secret boss? I don't know. Maybe. It depends on scope. Because our plan is to have 4 levels per world, but that could change because I want to get the game like pretty much done by the end of the year. So we'll adjust our scope accordingly.
Maddie Bear, kawaii! Hello! Hope you're doing well.
Have I ever done a backflip? As a child I did, as a baby Battle, but I have not tried it in recent times. DLC campaigns, that's an interesting question. I guess it depends on if we do anything post-release. But that's something I'm not thinking about right now. Like, I kind of have to force myself not to. Like, working on this game has been very beneficial for me, because I feel like scoping projects has been something that I've kind of struggled with in the past. And you know, because my last project took 7 years to complete. But like, I specifically set out when I formed a team for this project, I specifically scoped it so to be like more basic in its gameplay. Like, there's no like upgrades or anything or anything like that. Like, it's just like a straightforward platform game. Oh shoot, I'm gonna die. Ah! I gotta focus. No! Ah! Dang it. And since I'm playing in test mode, I cannot restart the stage.
Huh?
Can a fade to black there not exist? No, because like the player in the cutscene is not. That's not actually the player. It's like an actor object. So there would be some obvious snapping when the player like shifts back to the position they're supposed to be in. Like, I'm not reloading the area, I'm hiding the snapping, the repositioning of the player object at the end of the cutscene. And, like, the boss in the cutscene is a separate object, too. Like, that's not the actual boss. There is an option for me to not have, there is an option for me not to have, like a transition at the end of the cutscene, but I only use it in one place, and that's at the beginning of the game, when there's like no other objects and the player is guaranteed to be in a specific location. More for the coders. Oh, okay, I see. All right, I'm gonna try again. I'll do this in one shot. But yeah, I'm very glad that that I decided to go through with this project. I was kind of wavering on whether or not I wanted to make a Hololive fan game, because I've never made a fan game before. And like before I started working on this, I always felt like I was wasting my time if I wasn't working on something that would eventually help me like survive, you know, put food on the table. But I went through with it because, like, at the end of the day, I just want to play a speedy action platform game as my Oshi, or Crony. And that was not going to happen unless somebody like me made it happen. And now I kind of, like, I really understand now the appeal of passion projects. And I'm, like, very grateful to Cover Corp for starting the Hollow Indies program. Because it's giving, like fan game developers, like, an opportunity to, like, to be able to, like, increase the scope of their fan game projects. But, of course, if we get into the program, we will keep the game a free download. That seems to be, like, a common consensus among, like, fan game devs that I've talked to. Like, if they get in, they're gonna keep it free. Which I respect immensely. Yeah, this time I'm just gonna speed faster, because I died to the boss, because I wasn't paying attention. Like, if you're just going through this stage at a leisurely pace, it'll take you around, like, 6 or 7 minutes, but you can speed run it, in, like, under, like, 2.5 minutes, if you're really good. Ow. Ah! 2 minutes and 15 seconds is the current tester best. Awesome! It's pretty interesting how, like, despite, like, the huge variety of length of the levels from a casual standpoint, it generally seems to be pretty consistent that the best speedrun time so far are, like, around 2 minutes. So, like, Belltown, which is one of the first stages and one of the shorter ones, takes 2 minutes. This one's one of the longer ones, but it has a ton of, like, cool shortcuts you can exploit. It also takes a little over 2 minutes. And perhaps it will turn out that some of the longer Metroidvania-style levels that have puzzles in them will also have a part time of 2 minutes for speedrunners. Belltown's actually one of the shorter ones. It takes 70 seconds. Oh, okay. I think I remember that, actually. But Belltown 2 will probably be a different story once I start working on that. Oh, Rob, yeah, honestly, I still recommend Click Team Fusion nowadays, just for, like, if you're just starting out and you don't really know a lot of coding, because there's no programming required in a program like that. I also now recommend Game Maker a lot, because they now have, like, a free version. I used to waver on recommending them because they had, like, a subscription model, but they've changed stuff since then. And there's a lot of really cool fan games, of like, you know, like Sonic and Mega Man and a few other things that are made in Game Maker. Undertale's made in Game Maker, too. So it's pretty versatile. And, like, it's cool that Click Team Fusion doesn't require coding, but there is a big downside to it in that it only really runs games at a decent speed on PC. Like, it only runs natively on PC. So that's something to keep in mind. But it's still good for kind of, like, getting, like prototype ideas of your games, like, off the ground quickly. I like taking out the laser cannons first because they're instant hitting and you can't reflect them. Alright, second phase. Ah! Okay. Alright, just be careful. Haste is your friend here when reflecting the shots, and then turn on Stasis. It'll give you a free hit. So, Stasis acts as a shield while it's active. So as long as there is a Stasis bubble deployed somewhere, it will protect you. So it's a good way to block attacks. It's basically like a prolonged parry mechanic, where, like, the timing doesn't have to be precise. No! Okay, I need to keep Stasis deployed now. And it has it is a cool bonus of slowing down the boss, so that works too.
Let's go!
And once again, I'm saving like the rest of the end cutscene for later date. But it's pretty hype. I'm very happy with how the cutscene turned out. Okay, gotta ask, what was the funniest or weirdest thing the testers have found? I'll have to think about that. But there have been shenanigans with getting caught in terrain, and for some reason, even if you're caught in terrain, it still counts as you falling. And you know, if like eventually, like if you fall long enough, that crony starts screaming and tumbling. So anytime that you get caught in terrain, like after a second or two of being stuck, she will start tumbling inside the terrain and screaming. Oh yeah, Trip, you reminded me. Another interesting thing that testers found is there was some weird stuff going on with the Area 2D nodes for the longest time, where for some reason they were not agreeing with the way the game was pausing. So whenever you pause the game, the moment that you entered in Area 2D, after you unpaused, it would permanently act as if you were always like overlapping that Area 2D, which had some interesting side effects. One of the most significant was that if you attach to a ladder and then pause on the exact same frame, when you unpaused, you'd be able to use like invisible ladders in the air no matter where you were. And if you did the same thing after hitting a spring, then anytime you hit the ground, no matter where it was, you would bounce upwards as if you were on a spring. I don't know why that is. The only way I could figure out to fix it was in an Area 2D node. Pretty much every Area 2D node in the game now has to be set to keep active as its disable mode. Because it has a disable mode. I have to set it to keep active in order to avoid that glitch. Under normal circumstances, by default, it's set to remove, which basically removes the area when the object it's attached to is disabled, and then it spawns it again when the object is reactivated, which of course happens to everything when you pause the game. So I don't know how to work around that issue other than doing this, and I hope this will still be okay to do in larger levels. I hope it doesn't become a source of lag. I wonder if specifically it has to do with like the way that Godot handles signals. Maybe I could also avoid it by just like resorting to overlap checks instead of signals, even though signals are technically less resource intensive. So yeah, those were two of the most interesting glitches, I would say. So yeah, back to this boss. I will want to add an animation for Ganmo being defeated. And the way I will do that is that I will add it here. Okay, so the way that the eyes work, the way that blinking works, is that I have a separate sprite for blinking that I activate periodically during the eye animation. I'm going to do the same thing for his shocked expression. So I'll add like a surprise expression. And then what we will do is that we will just like move horizontally over here. And so now he is surprised. Do owls ever blink? I think they do. If they don't, then that's an easy fix. I can just get rid of the blinking sprite. Okay, so I'm going to add a new animation. I'm going to make a KO. What's this? Okay. I think I was just going to use that for an attack at some point. So, I guess... Do we have the correct shader for this? Is the question. We do not, but I can fix that. So I'm going to take all of Ganmo's parts. The mouth, the face, blink, surprise, the limiter, both wings, his tie, his collars. He's got a lot of parts, holy crap. But I've said before, I have a lot of experience over the years making bosses like this that are broken up into parts. So when I was just starting to VTube, I made my own model. It was very scuffy and, you know, had a different design, but like I was able to tap into my knowledge of like breaking big bosses into parts like this in order to make like live 2D models. Like anyone who's worked with a live 2D model like knows how similar this feels. So we are going to add a new shader material here. I'm gonna load this. I'm gonna make it a flash effect. I'm missing something because this is not being shaded in. Aha. Okay. I'm missing those colors. Okay, new shader. Flash. Let's set it to be local. So yeah, now he will, what we'll do, like that. Also, I'm missing the back collar. Hold on. Where are you? Oh, I forgot his toesies. Where is the back? There it is. Okay, now I should have everything. Okay, we're gonna try this again. Owls do blink, but not as often. They blink after a longer period of time than humans. Oh, okay. Good to know. So now we can just, like, slowly, like, fade into this, like, white glow effect, and then just shrink him down. Yeah, we'll start at amount of 0 first. Then... You know, something that would also be cool is, like, a flinching animation after you return to the moon after hitting the limiter. And then... Yeah, let's try that. But first of all, we need to add a new keyframe. Specifically for our material, our shader material. So I'll add it here. Add it here. Add it here. Okay, so we're gonna... for the hit animation, for when he's flinching, I'll use shout as a base. Because, I want him to kind of like recoil like this. So he does that. So... I don't need any of the frames after this. It can just be like a static animation. Kind of. So let me look at the scene tree here. So what I want to do is I want to flip the order of these two keyframes. Okay, so what... So anything that has two keyframes, I want to move it over here. And this will do this. And this will just duplicate these. Nice. And now from here, we'll set the material property, and we'll just make it like... We'll just make it blink, like rapidly, I guess. Let's do a time scale of 0.5. And then... Let's set the flash amount to something low because he's in the background. We don't want him to flash too much. Oh, right. The blink. We don't want him to open his eyes until this frame. Yeah, that's a good amount, I think. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna keep duplicating those frames. Just so we get a nice rapid blinking. Just to let players know after they return that, oh, okay, this shmup thing that you did actually caused damage to Ganmo. Yeah, I'm kind of in that boat too, Dog Developer. I still think it's a decent choice. Like it'll do what you need it to do if you're just starting out. And it even, I mean, if you're even trying to do like a full commercial project with it, it will take it. You just have to know how to code in C in order to make extensions for it that kind of expand its capabilities. But I feel like if you get to that point where you have to like code extensions for it, then you might as well switch to a different engine. And we definitely got to that point in the first Freedom Planet game where like we were stretching ClickTeam Fusion to its absolute limit, to the point where it just wasn't worth it to keep working on the game after a certain point, because we had originally planned for 5 playable characters instead of 3. But like it was really buckling under the weight of the engine, unfortunately. But thankfully our players were understanding. Okay. Yeah, that works. So we'll set the length to 0.9 seconds, and then we'll transition this into the idle animation. Excellent. I think actually what I could do is, instead of the blink, I could make him have the surprise expression. So I'll duplicate this. I'll see how surprised looks. Nice. Okay. So for the other animations, I need to add surprise as a keyframe so that it doesn't transition to any other animations. Nice. Okay, so for here, we want surprise to be on. We want to add... okay, we have head as a keyframe. Alright, so this should be relatively simple, I think. So we'll make him glow. Gradually glow up to like a height of 2. Oh, also something else very important is that I need to make the limiter fall off his head while this is happening. So, where is that limiter? There it is. We're gonna set position as a keyframe. And then I think what I'll do is that I'll move it up here. I'll do that. And then I'll add a rotational keyframe. Make it rotate just a little bit. Oops. Let's move this back up here. Okay, add this as a keyframe. And then let's do like 0.5 here. Nice. And I feel like we could just have it kind of like drift aimlessly a little bit too. Yeah, like right there. Put a position offset there. 120. Oh, let's go a little more extreme with that, actually. Nice. Okay, so at this point, we are going to shrink the boss.
Ah, Delta! Hi! Hope you're doing well. Well...
Okay, okay, yeah, this is where I want to start setting scale. So for this, we need to make sure that we are, like, offset, like, at the very bottom. Which we could probably do with, like, repositioning. So I'll give that a try. So, okay, let's use the scroll bar as a measure. So that's the bottom. And let's start with a scale of 0.1. To kind of give ourselves a feel for what we need to go for. Okay, I think it's like 67. And scale of 0 because, like, you know, like he's on like a whole dang planet and we're not going to be able to see him once he shrinks back to his normal size. Okay, so let's add keyframe here. Keyframe here. There we go. And we'll make it slowly increase in speed, maybe. Although, like, I kind of like how, like, even though the speed at which the scale reduces is linear, it looks like it's kind of like speeding up as he gets smaller and smaller. But just for the sake of testing that theory, we'll do this. 0.5. I kind of want there to be some startup here. So 1, 2. Okay, let's add keyframes for position and scale here. Wait, no, I need to set this to 0 first. Okay. Oops. Okay, no, that won't work. I need to set it to 1. There we go. So now what we can do here... Set scale and position.
Shanata. Shanata. Shanata.
Okay, that's 0. That's 2. Okay, now we need to do 0.5. Okay. So this should be the smoothness we want.
Yeah.
We can even slow this down a little bit too, I think. Ah! Oh, it's possible to make a platform game in RPG Maker? That's cool. Like, I feel like you can make a game with any engine. Like, it's not the tool, it's how you use it. But some engines are more conductive of making certain types of games than others. So it's kind of cool to see like developers challenge themselves by making a game in a completely different genre, in an engine that's designed around specific kinds of games. Like, for example, like using the Doom engine to make a 3D platformer, which, you know, is how Sonic Roller Blast 2 came to be. Alright. I feel like this is a pretty good defeat animation.
Let's go.
Okay. And then we'll have one for getting hit. So we can use both of these. Yeah, like learning Godot to make Chrono Gear. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like I switched I didn't even switch to Godot specifically for this project. I did it for a few other projects, including the upcoming Pedal Crash 2 by my friend Ashley, of which a backer kit campaign is going to start on February 20th. Yeah, that was the original reason that I decided to give Godot a try, because we were thinking about what engine to use, and it came with their highest recommendations, like the dev team of Pedal Crash 2. So I decided to give it a try. And I played around actually first with the 3D capabilities of Godot, because it's an open secret that I want to make a 3D racing game someday. So I kind of experimented with doing vehicle physics stuff. But that didn't really go anywhere, mostly because I was still focused on Freedom Planet 2 at the time. But when development on Freedom Planet 2 wrapped up for the PC version, and I had more time to pivot to other things, that's when I really started diving into its 2D capabilities. And that's when I was like, oh, interesting. Yeah, I would say that Godot is my favorite engine to use now. I'm just used to it. But I still appreciate Unity for what it was able to help us do in terms of Freedom Planet 2 stuff. Even now that you got a decent rig, you're still on Godot. Yeah, it helps that Godot has such a huge community of contributors. So you know that if you ever have a problem with the engine, which I do have several problems with it in terms of glitches, I know that they will be addressed eventually, because the community is that big. Yeah, I have. I did also consider Unreal Engine at one point, but my impression with Unreal is that it's made first and foremost for 3D projects, and also I can't really wrap my head around the blueprint system that it uses. It takes a decent PC to take advantage of it, overbloated. Oh, yeah, I've heard it's pretty resource intensive too. When I think of Unreal, I think of all those fan game projects that are Sega, hire this man, or Nintendo, hire this man. The meme ones that are hyper realistic except for the player model. Yeah, and I also really appreciate how console manufacturers there are avenues to get a Godot game on console. Not all of them are free, but it is a possibility. So that makes me confident about using it for future projects from now on. Yeah. Okay. So now what we want to do, now that we have this set up for Ganmo, is that, let's see. I guess I could add a function in here. Function flinch. And if we do that, animation, wrong tag. Animation player, play, hit. And then what I'll do is in the rider script, whenever we exit and return to the moon. Where is it? State goal. Okay, there it is. So deactivate as start. What this will do, it will check if that has method flinch, and then if it does, we'll call it. And since only Gammo has this function, it will put him into his flinch animation. And what we could also do, it's a good thing we're doing this, because in the flinch function, what we can also do is reset his attack timer so that he doesn't immediately hit us with an attack as soon as we get back on the moon. So state timer, we'll set to 0. What we could even do if we wanted to is make it so that we set his attack timer a little bit higher, so that as soon as he's done flinching, he doesn't attack. Let me try that. Our flinch animation is 0.9 seconds, so what we could do is we could set state timer to 4, since 5 seconds is whenever he attacks.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the thing I've noticed too, Chapman, is that like, even though there were times where I felt like the game engine I was currently using would be the one that I would use for the foreseeable future, you never know what the future holds. And like, I feel like switching to a new engine for a new project always like feels more intimidating than it actually is. I feel like you only really need like 3 or 4 weeks. At least from my personal experience, I've only taken like 3 or 4 weeks to acclimate myself to a new engine. So it's a lot more important that you know like general programming syntax that can transfer between engines. But yeah, exactly. Coding standards and techniques are transferable across like languages and programs. So pretty much once you learn one of the big engines, like the acclimation period is a lot smaller after that point. Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. Like, I was very pleasantly surprised how quickly I was able to adapt to Godot once I could wrap my head around the node system, because that's the most unique thing about it. That does take some getting used to. But yeah, I like the node system a lot. It just makes it so easy to like make changes to a specific object, and then save it as a scene file, and then apply the changes to every single instance of that scene. And how the fact that like Godot games are basically just like a bunch of nested scenes that get instantiated. Coding's just tough. You didn't even understand that sentence. Yeah, it can be tough to explain for people who don't at least have like a rudimentary like knowledge of like programming stuff. So that's why I still think that there's value in like getting like educated, like formally educated with computer science. I'm very glad that I went for like a general computer science major at a community college, just for a couple years. It taught me enough to get by, without like taking a super huge risk and spending like a ton of money on a 4-year bachelor's degree. Cause like I feel like in the years following me when I went to college, I feel like I struggled to get a job in my field. And I ultimately felt like my degree never helped me land a job anywhere, at any point. So, but it did help me learn like general programming syntax and like really effective problem solving skills. And I was able to use that knowledge to kind of like form my own indie studio. So like your mileage may vary. It all depends on what direction you want to go in terms of like gaming careers. Like some people are like better suited for like AAA projects, working in large teams in like companies and stuff. And in that case, I do see the benefit of a more formal education. It all depends on what you're trying to go for, I'd say. Also, thank you for care combo, Argo. Oh, thanks, Zippy. You learn to mod games with the Lua scripting language. I've heard that's very versatile, so that's a good choice. Clickteam Fusion actually has a built-in plugin that will allow you to execute Lua scripting. Like, you don't even need to code anything in Clickteam Fusion's event editor through the if you have the Lua extension. You can just code the entire game in Lua. And in that case, like, the project inside Clickteam Fusion just acts as a wrapper of sorts. Yeah, that's true too, Dog Developer. That kind of turned me off too, from working for a larger AAA studio. It's just, I've heard horror stories about the working conditions and like the crunch periods, with like very few exceptions. Like, there are good studios out there, but they're few and far between. At least that's the impression that I get. So that's why I decided to go indie, kind of. Alright, so now that we have this flinching behavior set up, I guess we can test that out real quick before we wrap up for today. And then I'll do like the ending sequence off stream, and hopefully I can get that done by tomorrow night. And then I'll have this boss fight all set. And then from there, all that's left in order for World of Space to be finished is for Hoshinova Castle. But we'll have a whole half month to finish that in order to be on schedule still. And in the meantime, I can work on World of Nature stuff. Okay, duck. Oh, that still hits me even if I'm crouching. I wonder why that is. Ow. Yeah, like every like it's really unfortunate because like every like 2 or 3 weeks I hear about like not necessarily friends, but like friends of friends that get laid off from like a gaming position. Miss. Okay. Out of my way. Can I reflex the birds? Oh, you can't reflect them. Since, like, it's classified as a melee attack rather than a projectile. I hope that's clear enough to players when they actually play this, but we'll see. I don't mind making them reflectable if it's confusing to people. Okay, so we see the flinch animation does work. So that's good. Alright. So that is roughly, I would say, like, those 3 attacks are roughly, I'd say, maybe like 70% of the boss fight. I'd say like 2 more sections, and I think that's a good amount. And I'll have to think of ways to kind of like steadily ramp up the difficulty as you continue to hit the limiter and like tilt it. One way I could do that is by like having Genmo perform new attacks in each section. I think that'd be pretty cool. Or I could also make him attack faster. I could also make Louie pull new tricks on you. Like maybe in addition to lasers at a certain point, she could lob bombs at you that are affected by gravity. That would be cool. And maybe she could actually like physically like teleport onto the ground and like stand in front of you and shoot instead of using the chair. So there's a variety of things that I could do to ramp up the difficulty steadily as we progress through this level disguised as the boss. You think it would be fun to make it reflectable, but you also think people will be able to see the logic of not being able to. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. But yes, I think I'm going to call it for today. Oh my goodness, this was really fun. Time just flew by. I can't believe it. But I have a pretty good idea of what my schedule is going to be next week. So, Monday and Wednesday, my friend Alex is streaming. I will go ahead and give her a shout out in case you want to give her a follow. Alex-esque. But I'll be hanging out in her stream. She's going to be doing doodle commissions for $15 a piece to raise money for her medical expenses. It'll be a nice fun time. Like, you don't have to donate. You can just like hang out and we'll just vibe together. And then I will also stream at my usual days and times. I stream usually on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays at 1 p.m. Eastern. Tuesday, I will be playing Arzette Jewel of Faramore, which is something that I've quite been looking forward to. And it feels like it's, like from what I've heard, it's made with a lot of heart, and it really captures what was so appealing about the Zelda CDI games. Except it's actually a good game. And so I can't wait for that. On Thursday, I will be continuing my Shovel Knight playthrough, so that's going to be exciting. And then on Friday, I think I'll have another dev stream. We'll see. I guess it depends on if I have anything substantially new to share by Monday. But I'll keep you posted. If